Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Raceway. Sugar Doyle with you for 10 more races on this Tuesday evening in London. I have to sneeze. Live TV, right? Day 2 of this meet. You know what? Let's go right into the program changes. Alrighty then. Race 1, you saw the also eligible is out. I guess it's just part of the new graphics package that we introduced last evening. It's just part of the program where the also eligibles are just showing up in the program changes. And of course, they're not starting. We don't have any also eligibles starting this evening. So race number 1, you can remove the 9 from the bottom of your program. Race number 2, same deal there. The also is not going to start. Race 3, the Trotters. No changes in there. Race number 4. The 3, Premier Surefire. The ownership line now reading John and Cameron McQueen. John and Cameron McQueen now share the ownership on 3 in race 4. The 8, Crazily, is a scratch. Scratching lame, the 8, Crazily, from the 4th. Then in race 5, race number 5, the 2 EL Wild Sport, Garrett Rooney. Garrett Rooney will be driving. The 5, Woodmere Denver. Put the blinkers on. That's blinkers. For the 5, Woodmere Denver. Don't think there's much to talk about for the rest of the way here. Of course, the alsos are going to be scratching. No also eligibles are going to be racing this evening. So again, introduced a brand new graphics package yesterday, part of our opening day festivities. There was a few glitches, and many of those glitches have been rectified going into this evening. So that's just the way it's going to be tonight. Race number 10, the 1 Lunar. Make it Luna Sealster. Owners now Janet O'Brien. Janet O'Brien on the ownership line for the 1 Luna Sealster. Race number 10, of course, the 9 is not going. Yeah, isn't that something? You start up with a live TV hit and into a coughing fit, and I'm not through coughing yet. Gotta take a short break right now. We'll do some commercial action. I'll get rid of this cough, hopefully, and when we come back, Robert Reed Jr. joining us for a Tuesday evening here. 10 races on tap, getting underway at 5:50. Lots more to come. Break time.
Red Association is working with you to ensure a vibrant horse racing community. Shared stories call for a united voice. That's COSA, representing the interests of horse people racing at Ontario racetracks. So whether you're first, last, or somewhere in between, we've got your back. With insurance, benefits, free lifetime memberships, and more. COSA. Follow our stories on social and check out the process at cosaonline.com.
Welcome back, everyone. Sugar Doyle with you for 10 races. Joining us for this evening's race card, the Tuesday evening special. Robert Reed Jr. Joined us for 10 races this evening. And Robert, glad to have you with us back for another go. We've got well over 100 cards of racing booked for the meet, running October through to the end of May. And Robert Reed Jr., you know what? We did some work last week down around Grand River Raceway, and that was a lot of fun with the COSA show.
Yeah, it was. No, it was closing night there, and it was all kinds of fun, right? And listen, Sugar, first of all, I'm excited to be back here as a Tuesday night special, as you say it, at the Raceway. It's always a blast, and it was great seeing you at closing night at Grand River. Of course, they did the broadcast there for their entire meet, Prospect Series finals. You did a fantastic job in the Costa program, and I had a lot of fun talking to the drivers throughout the evening. On that big night, culminating in the Prospect Series, the lower tier, but a tier that's really come along nicely in the Ontario program.
Well, yeah, the Prospect Series, and speaking of coming a long way, how about the grassroots for Ontario Sire Stakes action? That was a dream card for any race caller. The Saturday evening racing action at Woodbine Mohawk Park, filling in, of course, but again, just a dream card with exciting finishes, and they were really flying. There was one race that sticks out to me for the Ontario Sire Stakes actually was Enforcer. Enforcer with the 3 across finish, and I think he got there in 50 and 2, and then of course to start things up on that night, Southside Eddie actually made his first career start in my hometown of Summerside, Prince Edward Island, May of last year. He shows up here in Ontario racing for trainer Carmen Acciello. Carmen celebrating his 2000th career victory as a trainer a few weeks ago, and now Southside Eddie gives him his fastest win ever, 147 and 4, and what a pleasure to call that race.
Oh yeah, no, and great job with that as well. Felt like you were on the Costa program all night with us too, right? Because you were calling the races.
Yeah.
And set the tone for the night. That race there, was not expecting that.
No.
I thought he had a big chance to win, but never dreamed. If someone said over/under on time in the race, I would have lost a lot of money on that one, because that was an incredible mile. But you're right, the grassroots program, it's obviously the largest pool of horses, so competitive.
Ooh.
And really, when you were looking at that card, we kind of say maybe this one's going to be kind of chalky, but then we get those upsets, right? They always happen because the racing's so competitive. And what you mentioned Enforcer, what a wild finish that race was. Lots of drama, late too to the wire. Really, that card had it all.
I was lucky to be invited to come on down to Woodbine Mohawk Park, filled in a bit through August and into September. Not done yet. I think I'm going to get down there a couple more times near the end of October. But for now, you know what? Real busy times here in London. We just finished up with our Western Fair. We've got day 1 in the books for our 100 plus card meet of harness racing, and then we've got the London Classic yearling sale just around the corner here in a couple of weeks. Are you coming up?
You know what? I'd love to. I'm not sure if I'll be able to get out there with. Right now, I'm looking after the young lads.
Sure.
Right? My wife went back to work.
Okay.
And now, I'm on baby duty with a 10-month-old. So. Yeah. That's been a challenge too. Trying to get the Horse Players Journal done.
Sure.
With a partner helping me write it. But no, I'd love to get out there for a day. No question about that. And last night's card, by the way, we kind of talked about it. These cards are tricky. Maybe they're just a little more tricky because it's the start of the meet. But they are kind of tough to navigate, when you're handicapping it. You did a fantastic job last night. Found one that I couldn't find from the 7-hole.
Right.
But even the payouts, right? That super high 5 to finish off the card. What a way to kind of cap that one off.
Yeah, that 2,600 plus on a 20-cent wager, and the first 4 horses in there, they figured. And Township Willie, and even Journalistic, one that you were finding last night. What a big drop and pop effort that was for Journalistic last night. Price was right, hey?
No, I couldn't believe it, honestly. And you know what? I went off, take my breath away. It was my best bet the week before at Grand River. And, I just wasn't too thrilled with the way she raced. Boy, did she ever rebound in a big way and got Random Miraggio. A horse that doesn't usually get picked up late. Random Miraggio, when she's got the lead, usually she closes it out. Take my breath away would not be denied. So nice to see her back in the winner's circle. Just wish I was on board. There
was one horse last night that if we'd have been talking on the broadcast, I would have been saying, here's a score down you're going to want to know about. Well, we watched a score down by a horse named St. Lad's Mischief. He was much better last night. Daryl Thiessen was on board. I mentioned following the race, he finished a nice 5th, race time 57 and change. I said, put a big star on St. Lad's Mischief for next time. Well, here he is, right back into the box. Friday evening, race 10 has the rail, and you know what? I don't know what kind of price we're gonna get, but he's gonna be my go-to on Friday night, race 10, the finale. St. Lad's Mischief Indigo on the rail. My big star was next to him last night. Gonna be a huge star next to him on Friday night here in London.
I like it. The pick of the parade's already started.
You
The watch list already started. We got to cash some tickets.
Let's cash some tickets. Let's talk up some tickets. It's the Pick 5 play starting up in race number 1. We've got a $10,000 guaranteed pool. Let's bring up our fresh and new ticket graphics here in London. How about that now? It's looking all right here. I'm going to go deepest of all right off the bat in lag number 1. Horse players right now are on the 3 Cheddar Rose. Totterborth with us tonight. You know, we're gonna hopefully have him on a Tuesday evening. Maybe he's gonna be our Tuesday evening special as well, along with Robert Reed Jr. Because we all know Totterborth doing some pretty good things down around Woodbine Mohawk Park all summer long and into the fall now. So again, for me, 5 deep in the opening leg. Then I've gone 4 by 4. We're going to cut it back to keep the price down as much as we can there in the 4th race. I'm going to try the 1 Chief Editor and the 5 Airline Pilot. Single for me on the end, number 1, Music to My Gears. Pat Hudon with us tonight for owner-trainer Gary Kingshot. That veteran son of a rock and roll Hanover, trying to make it 4 wins in his last 5 outings. The form is great. He's my single on the end of this Pick 5 play. I'm spending a little more than you, probably a lot more than you, Robert. You're going to try and get this a little bit cheaper, but let's talk about your ticket now. The production brings it up. Go ahead.
There it is. Yeah, so for me, it is a little bit cheaper, but, you know, same idea, right? Spreading out early and singling the same one late. I love Music to My Gears tonight. I really do. And by the way, if Tyler Borth's the Tuesday night special, I'm like the Tuesday night dinner roll or something. I mean, let's face it. I mean, Tyler's the star of the show, and I'm just along for the ride here. But 2, 3, 5 for me in the opener. Thought the first 2 races looked pretty competitive.
Right.
Didn't mind the 2 better in the dark for a price play in the second race, maybe. But I do like the 8 No Place to Hide in there. We saw Tyler Moore get a nice training win in the grassroots final, so liking to see what he does with that one in race number 2, the 8 No Place to Hide. So 2, 3, 8 in the second, and then just 2 by 2 really. The 1, 5. I almost keyed the 5 Ranger Rob. Kind of liking the reclassification of that horse.
I had thought about it too. Yeah.
The 1. You know, as a horse that's got some serious gears. Her big problem, though, of course, you can see in the program, she makes breaks in stride.
Sure. Okay.
You know, race 4, intrigued by the move now to Cameron McQueen for Premier Sunfire. That's the 3, but the 5 Airline Pilot, I think, looks like the one to beat. But off of Vet Scratch Sick, right? So that
tricky.
A little bit tricky. You know, that race may look a little easier on paper than it actually is. And then, of course, the single on the end of it. I mean, you said it already. The 1 Music to My Gears has been racing lights out. I mean, that last effort at Grand River, not really asked, first over a long way. And, you know, Pat Hudon was just smiling to the winner's circle. And I'm thinking that we might see that again tonight. I actually think this might be a softer spot, right? The bigger price tag.
Yeah.
But it's now a condition claiming event, rail control. I love that horse tonight. I mean, I don't know what kind of price we get Sugar, but to me, I couldn't look past him.
Kind of jumps off the page, right? That's what I saw. I saw the 3 wins in his last 4, and you know what? I didn't look too far beyond him. The single for both of us on the end of the Pick 5 play. Number 1, Music to My Gears. We mentioned Totterborth, a great run down there at Woodbine Mohawk Park. Now, you watch the horses there more than I do. Emmett's Buddy, great form from that. I believe Manitoba bred.
Yeah, and you know what? I cashed that on the one night. I thought it was gonna be like 15 to 1. He paid 2 to 1. You know what I mean? It was before all this big, you know, run that he's been on.
Yeah.
And it's funny, you kind of, you know, when you kind of get on one and you got to try to get in, get out. You're thinking, okay, well, can he keep this going? And every week he just keeps it. He just raises his game to a new level. Just an absolute killer from off the pace. You know what I mean? Like any kind of fractions to run at, and watch out, here comes Emmett's Buddy.
Well, this was it. Like, Sylvain Filion looked like he was home and cool for his 4th win on the night there, and here came Emmett's Buddy and Tyler just storming, and I'm like, nope. Emmett's Buddy, Tyler Borth there at 49-4, like he came from nowhere.
Yeah, and I'll give a shout out to Mr. B if he's watching. On Twitter, he's
Yeah.
a fan of the program,
Mm-hmm.
and he once said on Twitter, this is a long time ago. He said Emmett's buddy will win. He may have said the free for all, but it might have been the preferred. If he said the preferred, well, guess what? He's right, and
Yeah.
I bet you a lot of people at that time would have probably said, you're kind of crazy. And I think he said he would win it by the end of this year.
Well,
He's done it now, so shout out to him. He was on that horse very early.
right on. Emmett's buddy, Tyler Borth, doing good things, and so too Mr. B. I guess the horses are vacating the paddock. We're going to have them post-parading here very soon, and we'll catch up with you following that. Robert, great to have you with us again. We've got 10 races on tap tonight. Horses stepping out here shortly. Stand by. As promised, horses stepping out here for the first of 10 this evening in London. We're on the pace to start things up. It's Fillies and Mares, Exactor Try, Superfecta Data Double, the popular, very popular Pick 5 play. Number 1, Marrakech. This one for owner-trainer Michael Pattison. Travis Henry on board for the drive, already coming in off the driving triple on opening night. Number 2, Control the Distance. Jay Harris on board for Nurko Sokolovic, Craig Bars, Craig Conditions. Again, Jay Harris for 2. The 3, Cheddar Rose. Welcome back. Driver Tyler Borth here. He's on for Lisa Stewart. The trainer's Ryan Stewart. I wish I had me. Okay, Mike Horner trains and drives for Leo Baker. The 5, JM Speakeasy, Garrett Rooney for owner-trainer Jamie Doig. 6 is Rose Ricky. Andy Moore on board for Brad Wilson, the trainer's Dwayne May. Then the 7, Timeout Spectrum, Ryan DeRoche for Don and Ken Beatson, Cole England. Don does the training. Number 7. Timeout Spectrum. There's a 7, Timeout Spectrum. Outside gate here in London. We go 7 on gate plus a trailer on this half miler. Rounding out the field will be number 8, Razzle Dazzle Roxy. For the owner-trainer Robert Rundle, Natasha Day is with us tonight doing the driving. That's your field of 8 on the pace for race number 1. Alrighty, just got a double checking on a horse's name here. I may have called this one before, maybe not. Robert Reed Jr. I was just checking up on the name of the 4. I wish I had a me. But anyway, we're looking on the monitors at number 3, Cheddar Rose. It's Tyler Borth on board. 6-5 fave status. Right here, your top selection to start things up, Robert.
Yeah, and getting bet off the board, and I mean, kind of thought that would happen. I mean, a bunch of things going for Cheddar Rose, really. I mean, I think last effort was a decent one, and now you're getting Tyler Borth in the bike here at the Raceway, and I think this is overall a softer spot for her as well. So the thing for me is that she's kind of a funny horse in the sense that she can race on the lead or near the lead, or she can come from out of it. Her victory at Grand River on September 11th was one where she kind of came from off the pace with Doug McNair aboard as the favorite. So it'll be interesting to see what she does tonight. I think she's got to go forward off the switch. Wasn't one I was willing to go alone with though, right? So 6-5 might be a bit too short for my liking.
Right on. Number 3, Cheddar Rose, top selection here for Robert Reed Jr. For second. I think you've got the 2, Control the Distance. Jay Harris on board for co-owner, trainer Craig Bars. See Craig racing the Jet Horse here on Friday evening as a rail to work with. Ideal Jet. We'll look forward to seeing that speedball again here in London. Number 2, Control the Distance, the filly by Control the Moment. Tried to wire them up there 2 back over Grand River Raceway, so there is some gate speed there.
Yeah, there definitely is, and that was from obviously the pole position,
Yep.
right? And it got things kind of her own way. It's a snappy quarter, I guess, but things were mostly her own way there, and she got picked up late. Cheddar Rose was the one that actually won that race, but I think you've always got to be leery of her. She does have that early foot off the gate, and maybe if Cheddar Rose goes to the front, she might be sitting the 2-hole, right? And if she gets the trip advantage, who knows? Maybe she comes around this time for the victory. But yeah, I can't wait to see Ideal Jet. He's one of my favorite horses, Sugar.
Yeah, he's fun to call too. I mean, especially with a rail advantage, we know where he's going, right? New graphics introduced here yesterday, Robert. You know what? I'm liking the turquoise and getting lots of pretty good feedback. There was some glitches. There's going to be some glitches, when you introduce a new broadcasting element to the program. But all in all, I think it looks great.
Oh yeah, no, I think it looks fantastic. Really sharp, really pops, right? So I didn't get a preview of them, so the first time I got to see them was last night as well, and
Right.
and right away they caught my eye, and I said, wow, they look really nice, really sharp, and looking forward to seeing them throughout the season.
Beauty. Garrett Rudy up on the 5, JM Speakeasy, a winner over Sarnia in the latest 56-1. Garrett in the winner's circle here last night. Gets a shot right now with a 3-1 third choice.
Yeah, another speedster, right? I mean, that's kind of how she's best. And trainer Jamie Doig handed the lines over to Garrett 2 starts back, and we see, since then she's kind of responded, right? So the win last time in Sarnia was a good one. I mean, I actually, don't mind Razzle Dazzle Roxy or Dear Birdie, as horses, and this one got the better of both those by a wide margin. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a big effort from JM Speakeasy here. Also a 4-year-old. The other 2 we'd mentioned are all both 3-year-olds, so a bit of a maturity edge too.
And now here's one thing that I did. I went and put the 4 on top of my selections just from that big mile last time. A big improvement over Sarnia, showing 55-3. But before that, 57, 58 speed there. Winless thus far, but you know what? If there's another big mile left in I Wish I Had a Me for Horner, we could see this one showing up at 10-1. Final thoughts?
It's against the boys too, right? Last time out. That's kind of something that maybe I overlooked. That's against male competition,
Right.
And she closely attended, pretty good fractions and didn't quit. I mean, that back half's huge. So I think you're getting tons of value right now at 8-1, Sugar.
Starter was calling them in for race number 1 of 10. It's the $10,000 guaranteed pool, pick 5, starting things up. There is still time. You would have to hurry. Starting gates moving. Going to take the gate about 40 seconds to get around here to start up race number 1 of 10. So here we go. Marrakech on the rail, then Control the Distance, Cheddar Rose, I Wish I Had a Me. Then JM Speakeasy, Rose, Ricky, Timal Spectrum makes it 7 noses on gate. We do have a trailer. That is Razzle Dazzle Roxy, 8-5 second choice. Top of the stretch. Pacers, pick up speed. Here they come. Race 1, London starts now. They're off. Control the Distance. And Jay Harris wants to control things in the early going. Control the Distance. Might be another speedball for trainer Craig Bars. This one's on the lead. Has it by 3, make it 4. Harris trying to settle this one down on the boogie. It's Control the Distance out there by 5 expanding lengths. Cheddar Rose is away in second. Marrakech looks at it from third for the trailing spot to be fourth. Razzle Dazzle Roxy. And out there in the 5th spot, not settled down just yet, was I Wish I Had a Me. Going third to last, JM Speakeasy. All Alone in 7th, Rose Ricky, and a troubled beginning for Time Owl Spectrum, distanced off of this group. Opening quarter mile, 27-3, race 1 right off the bat. This one just trying to bottom them out here, now by 7 expanding lengths. The further she goes, the more she's going to lead by here, but for how long? 57-1, the halftime for Control the Distance, the daughter of Control the Moment, but now they're beginning to close in with 3/8 left to go. This might be it for Control the Distance. Coming to her now, Cheddar Rose is going to get a shot. Razzle Dazzle Roxy in play off the back end. There goes JM Speak Easy for Roney, 5th and in for Marrakech. Off the back end travels Rose Ricky, nothing yet from I Wish I Had a Me, nor Time Out Spectrum, 3/4 over there and 127-1, but still finding more. Control the Distance. Wanted every call, has gotten every call, and we'll try to seal the deal as they make the swing. Along the inside, Control the Distance, back out for more. Cheddar Rose, 3 wide path. Razzle Dazzle Roxy, grandstand side for JM Speakeasy. Here's Tyler Borth. Welcome back. Cheddar Rose wins it. Little steppy on the line there was the 5, JM Speak Easy, battling for that deuce against a Razzle Dazzle Roxy. In for 4th in the Superfecta was the 6, Rose Ricky. 158-1, Cheddar Rose victory. Borth on board for the Stewards. So we had the 4 across finish to start things up here in London. Number 3, Cheddar Rose, getting it done. It was close for second between the 5, JM Speak Easy, who was kind of getting steppy there on the line, against the 8, Razzle Dazzle Roxy. Into the winner's circle there was number 3, Cheddar Rose, 3-year-old daughter, Better Than Cheddar, from Kingston Who, by no pan intended, owned by Lisa Stewart, trained by Ryan Stewart. It was Tyler Borth on board for that pocket ride to victory, 158-1. Cheddar Rose, her 5th career win, that's 5 on the season. Her first year at the races. She's a 5-time winner. She gets over London in 158-1 at even money, starting up the pick 5 play. Looks like the dead heat for second between 5, JM Speak Easy, and the 8, Razzle Dazzle Roxy. Again, a dead heat for second between 5 and 8. So again, in the opener, we do have the dead heat showing here. It's for second between 5, JM Speakeasy, and the 8, Razzle Dazzle Roxy. Getting set to go official here. Official in race number 1 against the Dead Heat. 5 and 8. Jam Speakeasy, Razzle Dazzle, Roxy hit the line together. $4 to win for Cheddar Rose. Exactor 3.5, 780. 3.8, 14.90. The dollar try with 5 for second, 20.70. With the 8 for second, it came back at 25.80. The Supers with the 5 for second, dollar ticket, 114.70. And the dollar superfecta with the 8 for second, 173.80. The official rundown, Marrakech was 7th, controlled the distance, faded to 5th. Cheddar Rose was a winner. I Wish I Had a Me was 6th. JM Speakeasy was 2nd, Indy Dead Heat. Rose Ricky 4th, Timeout Spectrum 8, Razzle Dazzle Roxy finished 2nd in the Dead Heat. Fractions were hot for that group, 27 and 3, 57 and 1, 127 and 1, the mile of 158 and 1. Cheddar Rose. Top down, a 7, 5, 1, 6, 2 Dead Heat 4, 8, 2 Dead Heat on the bottom. And just like that, we're on to race number 2. Second race, there are no changes, not a whole lot of changes at all this evening for 10 races in London. Exactor try, super. It's the opening leg of tonight's early pick 4. $7,500 guaranteed pool to chase after. About 5 minutes to think about it. Good luck.
Cheddar Rose with Tyler Borth. Slick steer from Tyler Borth gets home in the opening dash as the favorite. So many are still likely alive in that early pick 5 wager. But now it's time to turn our attention to the early pick 4, starting right here in race number 2. And both Sugar and I have mapped out some suggested tickets for you that we'll take a look at right now. The pool is guaranteed at $7,500. Takeout's always a low 15%. And there's Sugar's ticket on the screen right there. That's actually his pick 5 ticket, but I'm assuming we're just going to be rolling forward with the numbers in the pick 4, but we'll get the graphic up for his ticket starting here in the second in the early pick 4. Again, guaranteed pool, $7,500, low takeout, 15%. And well, this looks like kind of an open race. Yeah, and there you go. Sugar's going deep in this one, 4 deep with the 1, 2, 3, and 8. I thought this was one of the more wide open races on the sequence. He's going 4 deep here in a Nominers of 5,000 lifetime event for fillies and mares. Then he's got the 1, 2, 4, and 5 in race 3. Some trotters in there, and some of those trotters are misbehaviors. They make breaks and strides, so maybe not a bad idea to kind of go deep in that one, looking for a price. And then just the 1 and 5 in race number 4, that's Airline Pilot, and the 1 Chief Editor, and they were both agreement. in agreement on in race number 5 with the one Music to My Gears. I love that one today. I know Sugar does as well. We'll both be banking on that one for all of our tickets, our pick 5s, our pick 4s. Both Sugar and I will need Music to My Gears to get home one more time in race number 5. He's won 3 of his last 4 and looked fantastic doing. Let's take a look at my ticket now, if we can. Sugar's ticket, $6.40 for a 20-cent ticket. And there's mine. It's actually the pick 5. Mine's pretty easy though, because I always just stick to the same numbers for my pick 4. So it's 2, 3, 8 in here in the opening leg, and I do like the 2 better in the dark for a bit of a price play, 13-1 right now. The 8, No Place to Hide, is my top choice, even from that second tier. But Tyler Moore, first time for him with this one, and I'm thinking that we might see good things from this filly. 3-1 on the board right now. Just the 1 and 5 in race 3. I've always been fond of Hallway Babe, and Ranger Rob's one that I think will like this reclassification into the condition claiming ranks. And race 4, 2 deep again with the 3 and 5. I think Airline Pilot's got to be on the ticket, but I do like the 3 Premier Sunfire. First start for Cameron McQueen, and then just like Sugar, I'm all in on the 1 Music to My Gears. Won 3 of his last 4, and really has been in great form this year for trainer and owner Gary Kingshot, and gets along splendidly with Pat Hoot on 7 on the board finishes and 9 tries so far this season. But that's the way we see this early pick 4 wager. You're going to start to map out your winning wagers for this sequence. Again, the pool is guaranteed at $7,500 to take. It's always low 15%. We'll come back just a few minutes to take a closer look at race number 2.
Here we go with race number 2 on track for a post parade. These are fillies and mares, non-winners 5,000 life, so a bit of inexperience here with some of them. Led by number 1, Sprightly Hanover, Terry Fritz. He owns, trains, and drives, shares ownership with Rick Ryer, Dub Hopkins, and Dave Wilson. Becky Geisel, owning and training number 2, Better in the Dark. Austin Sorey on the lines. Then the 3, Jenny's Heart. It's Brett McDonald for Hot Racing Stable. The trainer's John Pentland. At a post 4, Charmbo Joy. It's Tyler Borth for Lisa Stewart. Trainer's Ryan Stewart. So the winning connections of the opener trying to come right back in here with the 4. Number 5, Lady Holly. Andy Moore driving for owner-trainer Brad Moore. 6 is Mary Sweetie. Garrett Rooney pilots for Angie and Mary Carroll. Angie does the training. Colonel Schneider Jr. along with Brenda Schneider. They share the ownership of 7, Show Me the Moolah. Cassidy Schneider training. Colin Kelly up. And the 8 is No Place to Hide. Tom Knight owning. Tyler Moore does the training and driving. It's a field of 8 on the pace for an exactor try. Super. It's the opening leg of the early pick 4 that Robert Reed Jr. had just reviewed there. Current fave, number 3, Jenny's Heart here at 2-1. So we're going to stay on the 8 here. No Place to Hide, a top selection here for Robert Reed Jr. And Robert, you mentioned you did quite a bit of work with Grand River Raceway all summer long, and this 8-horse, No Place to Hide, is showing nothing but Grand River Raceway line. So you know this horse.
Yeah, she was a staple there throughout the meet, and the thing is too is we kind of marveled, right? Like you take away those last 3 efforts, Sugar, she picked up 2 checks, but before that she had been second, but mostly third in 6 of her first 7 tries, with
Wow.
5 third-place finishes, right? So she's a pretty smart-looking filly on the track right now, kind of a bigger filly, right? That does, have some gears. I mean, she's one that did her best work when she would get forwardly placed. Obviously, that's going to be tricky from the second tier, but I think that there's enough, speed on the inside of the gate that she can get away somewhere decently, in this dash. And I love the fact, you see now a change of scenery, right? Tyler Moore takes over the training. He'll be aboard as well. And we saw what he did with Kinder Think twice. He gets the horse just a couple of starts and was a winner. And humble brag for yours truly. Had the horse picked second in the Horse Players Journal, and actually told Greg Blanchard on the COSA program that would be my pick if you're trying to beat new rules, just because I saw a big change from start to start with Kinder Think twice. So if he can maybe do something similar with No Place to Hide here, and I like the way she looks in the track right now. I think she gets the winner's circle, but
she's got a confident look to her, Rob.
She does. You know what? Not like overly flashy right now out there, but just kind of some swagger. I like that in a horse. When they show that swagger. Yeah.
She's not really showing like a Bettor's Delight, though, to me. Bettor's Delight having a great run down at Lexington, leading sire for the yearlings for the price tag on day 1. But this one here, it doesn't look like a Bettor's Delight to me.
No, not at all. That's kind of was striking to me looking at her tonight. And maybe it's, in the seeing her in a different light. I mean,
sure.
I think she looks really good on the track. And not that she hasn't looked good on the track before, but I just think she's got, a little bit of a swagger too. She's feeling good about herself out there. So
she is too.
5-2 though, trailing post. I was hoping for a better price, Sugar.
She's going to follow your second choice. The 1, Sprightly Hanover, is a 2-year-old taking on quite a few 3-year-olds in this one. A daughter of He's Watching, but does show a little bit of early speed over Hanover and Grand River Raceway. Maybe the 3, Jenny's Heart, is the one. Yeah, I was thinking you had the 1 peg for a piece.
I don't mind Sprightly Hanover. I don't mind Sprightly Hanover.
Well, let's talk about the one we've got on the monitors. This is 3, Jenny's Heart. Now here's another 2-year-old, right? This is a Bettor's Delight. She's looking more Bettor's Delight like.
Yeah, she definitely is. Yeah, and I got this one picked for second, and just one that, you can see those 2 lines, right, recently at Clinton, both of them on the engine, all the way on the front end, and then since then she's obviously met tougher competition, right? Prospect Series, and then Jules Diamond as well. What a little run she went on at Grand River to close out the meet there. So I think she gets to much softer competition here. 2-1 on the boards, I think, about the right price, and you're going to likely see a horse go to the engine and try to go all the way on the front.
Okay, I know you like the 2 a bit for third, but we're going to bring up the 4. This is Charmbo Joy. We'll see next. Tyler Borth was in the winner's circle for the same connections in race number 1. Very possible we see these same connections to Stewards come right back.
We could see it. Yeah, you know what? I love betting a barn that kind of showing it on the track, like you say, right? And by the way, this horse is likely not 3-1 in the multis because you get the 10-1 morning line.
Yeah.
Kind of a line last time that doesn't look so great on paper. So I think you're getting a much bigger number in the horizontal plays. And listen, I'll never rule out Tyler Borth, and always nice to come right back with the same connection.
Tyler Borth is back in London. You got to give a look to anything. You'll see him sitting behind here tonight. The gate is moving for race number 2 of 10. It's a $7,500 guaranteed pool. Pick 4 getting set to start up here. There is still time. On the inside, Sprightly Hanover, then Better in the Dark, Jenny's Heart. Charmbo Joy's in the center, then Lady Holly, Mary Sweetie, Show Me the Moolah, and in the back tier, No Place to Hide. Top of the stretch. Fillies and mares picking up speed. Here they come. They're off. Jenny's Heart, Setting sail here in the early going. A sprightly Hanover leaving with her. These two together in the early going. The 2-year-olds are first and second here on by the opening 8. Sprightly Hanover giving fits to Jenny's Heart at 9-5. So Sprightly Hanover is actually going to lead this for Terry Fritz. Dropping into the pocket, Jenny's Heart already right lining at a third. There goes No Place to Hide, the big daughter of Bettor's Delight. Pointed here by Tyler Moore through an opening quarter of 29-1. Chased up into turn number 2. That is No Place to Hide. Tried to take command against a very stubborn Sprightly Hanover, who's been battling since the start. Sprightly Hanover does go on hold now to race from second, third and in for Jenny's Heart. Jenny's Heart, she's going to be back out. So lots of early action here, and they're only at the half mile. Chased up again, No Place to Hide. She's got to deal with Jenny's Heart, who's up and after her now. Sprightly Hanover travels third, fourth and out was Better in the Dark, fifth and in, saving ground. Lady Holly in behind that. We've got a Charmbo Joy. Next to last travels Mary Sweetie, and the trailer that is Show Me the Moolah, the half clocked up in 60. Second slot, Even Money Fave. No Place to Hide. Still going forward here for Tyler Moore. Chased up at a second. That is Jenny's Heart. Third and in, though now gapping. Sprightly Hanover. Directed to the outside and fourth. Andy Moore in play with Lady Holly at 7-1. She begins to gain after 3 quarters. 129-2. No Place to Hide is still the one. Breaker in the backfield. The 2. Better in the Dark jumped it off. Into the stretch they come. No Place to Hide. Almost there. No Place to Hide. Coming quickly on the outside. Lady Holly running at a time, though. No Place to Hide breaks the maiden in London. Second best, Lady Holly. Third goes to Jenny's Heart. And on to take fourth, Show Me the Moolah from a long ways back. 2 minutes to fifth. No Place to Hide at even money. Unofficial winner here, number 8, No Place to Hide. Even money getting there over 5, Lady Holly. The 3, Jenny's Heart, finishes third. The 7, Show Me the Moolah. Longest shot on the board here, closed up well to finish fourth. 8, 5, 3, and 7. It's unofficial. Number 8, No Place to Hide. She was showing plenty of confidence in the post parade. Robert Reed Jr. did a fine job of talking this one up, who was doing some pretty good things throughout the summer over at Grand River Raceway, and here she is in London, breaking her maiden 3-year-old daughter, Bettor's Delight, for the Arts Place Mare. Place at the table for owner Tom Knight. Trainer driver Tyler Moore hangs a maiden mark of 2 minutes 2/5 on No Place to Hide, winner of race 2. Congratulations. Going official here in race number 2. No Place to Hide. It paid 4 even. The double on to race 2 paid $8.50. Exactor 67.90. Got a dollar try worth $129.35. The super for a buck pays $1,143.75. 20-cent super, $228.75. Incredible price on the superfecta here for race number 2. Got about 5 minutes wagering time. The upcoming third race featuring Trotters. Exactor Try Super. It's the start of a pick 3 play. A shout out to cameraman Trevor. Trevor with us on track tonight. Works in production here. He's been our cameraman for a number of years now. Happy birthday from all of us here at the Raceway tonight, Trevor. Enjoy your evening with us. And update for Survivor Tuesday. We had 73 players enter online, and following race number 2, we've got 43 live and in play going into race number 3. Again, for Survivor Tuesday, our first edition on the season. It's the all-new Survivor. Available to play online for those of you with HBI bet accounts. 43 Survivor contestants remaining from the 73 that entered. Race 2 rundown. Sprightly Hanover finished 6. Better in the Dark 8. Jenny's Heart 3rd. Charmbo Joy was 5th. Lady Holly 2nd. Mary Sweetie 7th. Show Me the Moolah 4th. No Place to Hide was your race winner. 3 minutes wagering time. The upcoming 3rd. Upcoming 3rd race, Robert Reed Jr., Lou Sorella, Nathan Bain, myself. We're all over the 5 in here, that being Ranger Rob. Ranger Rob goes out for trainer Stu McQueen with Jay Harris on board. An early speed threat here in the 5. Opens up at 5-2. Ghislaine Paquette. New this season to our guest handicappers. And Ghislaine going outside the box with number 4 in here. That being Hamilton DeVee. Ghislaine on the 4, Hamilton DeVee, myself, Robert, Lou, and Nathan chasing after 5, Ranger Rob. The Trotters getting set for a post parade here, race 3 in London. Race 3 Trotters on Post Parade here in London. You're looking at the one Hallway Babe. It's Anthony Hahn driving for Triple S Equine. The trainer's Pam Forgy. Out of Post 2, Champagne Bettina. It's for John McQueen and Cam McQueen with Cam training. Preston Shaw on board. Kill Martin Dreamer 3, Tyler Borth gets the call for Betty McKinnon, the trainer Ashley Duford. Michelle Attard, the owner. Brett Lester training for Hamilton DeVee. Colin Kelly. Jay Harris up on 5, Ranger Rob for Lou Sorella, Stu McQueen, and Don McClellan, along with James Grant. Stu does the training. Jay Harris on 5. And a 6 outside, the man from Uncle. It's Travis Henry driving for Dina D'Ambrosio, along with Dennis Morrissey, Dr. David James Peden. Dennis does the training. So 6 trotters then for our third exactor try. Superfecta plus the pick 3 play. Getting a look here at number 5, a Ranger Rob. Right now, Rob, the price is right on this horse, 7-2. I thought this horse would be taking some pretty serious action. He's a speed threat for sure, and he's got a speed threat driver in Jay Harris on the lines tonight.
Yeah, I thought for sure he would take the bulk of the wagering support here. I mean, it looks like a good spot for him, and he's a horse that's loaded with early foot off the gate if that's the game plan tonight. I think it will be. I was expecting less than 2-1 Sugar, and we're seeing 7-2 now 3-1. We'll see that price likely keep coming down as we get closer to post time, because I did think that Ranger Rob was the one to beat and did good things right out of the gate for trainer Stu McQueen. He was the winner preferred at Dresden back in June. Kind of up and down since then. I mean, he's had to go up and face some pretty tough horses here and there, but when he gets to the right spot, he usually does good things, and I think he's found it tonight.
Lifetime best took place right here in London in the spring. Ranger Rob, 159 flat over the Forest City Oval. For second, you've got the one Hallway Babe, and there's another one that to put up a pretty good mile here in London this season, 158-3 life mark for that daughter of Conway Hall, number 1 Hallway Babe. She just has to mind the manners, right?
Yeah, exactly. She raced so good at Grand River back in June that she made a break at the start. Huge recovery to be second to Impressive Dude, who then went on and he kind of caught fire late in the season, won the Prospect Series final. Next start, sat a perfect trip, minded her manners, which was the key, and she ended up winning pretty easily. But then after that, she kind of went back to her breaking ways, right? And that's kind of the problem with Hallway Babe. When she stays on her gate, she can likely, beat anyone in this field. But the problem is, pole position is probably not the best spot for her either, right? I don't like a horse that makes breaks starting from the rail.
Right.
But I've got to respect the fact that if she does go out there and stay on the trot, she can beat this group and likely will get overlooked on the odds board because of all those miscues.
It's probably what's going on. She's drifting up now to 7-2, but you know what? For a rail horse, that first turn comes up quite quick here in London. So we'll see how she gets around the first turn. Number 1 Hallway Babe picked for second here, Robert Reed Jr. Also liking the chances for number 4, Hamilton DeVee. We've got Ghislain Paquette on board as a guest capper this season. Robert, he has selected this one on top.
Yeah, I don't mind this as a play here, except for the price right now at 2-1. The big thing is that second start for Brett Lester, and the first time out it was from a tricky post, right? Post 6 at Grand River, was never able to really get into the race. I mean, that was against Impressive Dude in that Prospect Series final. That was a pretty solid group, pound for pound. He was overland for part of it. Probably could have raced a bit better, but the second start now for the high percentage trainer Brett Lester. Maybe they've got this one figured out, and that victory, at Kawartha, then followed up at Grand River back in August, wasn't too bad. But I think 2-1's too short, in my opinion. But in with a chance.
Is 8-5 too short on the 5 Ranger Rob?
It's probably the price it's supposed to be now,
Okay.
right? So we can't get too excited about it. But
Right.
like I said, I've seen him, race and do, good things against probably better than what he's facing today.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Last time out, I mean, Tijuana, Seal, Stradell, Crest Brent, no turning back. We would take any one of those horses, I think, against this group and do
Mm-hmm.
so pretty happily. And and now, getting back to this level, the claiming ranks, I think that this one's likely to go to the front and be pretty tough to catch. So I think nothing less than 9 to 5, but
Okay.
not a bad price right now.
I'm going to call this wide open. Now, I did not expect to see a horse in this field, 6 starters, a horse at 20 to 1. This two, Champagne Bettina, Preston Shaw on board. Preston's a busy blacksmith in the province of Ontario, and maybe he does some work with the two, Champagne Bettina for Cam McQueen, but I don't mind this horse at the big number of 20 to 1.
Speedster too, right? I
Mm-hmm.
mean, you can never go wrong using a horse or betting a horse that's likely going to the front off the gate and is going to give you a price of 21 to 1. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
I don't mind ever taking like that, because if she ever gets left alone, or something happens in behind her, she might be able to get away from them. So yeah, I don't mind taking a stab at one in a 6-horse field that's likely going to the front. That's that kind of a price on the board.
Big price on two, Champagne Bettina. I'm going to call her an exactor factor in this one. Here we go. Third race in London from the inside. Hallway Babe, then Champagne Bettina, Kilmartin Dreamer, Hamilton DeVee, Ranger Rob, the man from Uncle, makes it 6 trotters. All on gate, top of the stretch. Picking up speed. Here they come. And away they go. As expected, the 2, Champagne Bettina, and the 5, Ranger Rob, both with that early step. Ranger Rob did cross on over here for Jay Harris to grab control. Second best, Champagne Bettina. Then trotting from third, Kilmartin Dreamer. Away in fourth, Hallway Babe, minding the manners here in the early going. She's a little bumpy in behind, but she has gotten away cleanly. Trotting from fifth, got Hamilton DeVee, and the earliest trailer was the man from Uncle. So 6 trotters keeping it together on by the opening quarter mile marker. Just 29 and 4. It has to be comfortable for this front man, Ranger Rob. Ranger Rob on top by 2 full lengths. The filly, Champagne Bettina, with a 2-hole ride tonight. Trotting from third is Kilmartin Dreamer, considering an outside move, and now going for it from fourth. That is Hallway Babe. Following up on that, at least trying to follow up on it, is Hamilton DeVee. The trailer continues to be man from Uncle. A minute 3/5. Nice breather of 30 and 4 through the second frame for Ranger Rob. Ranger Rob on top now by 3 full lengths. Champagne Bettina is holding down second. Up on the outside in third travels Hallway Babe against a Kilmartin Dreamer. Switching to the outside from fifth, Hamilton DeVee, and trailing man from Uncle up and towards 3/4 they travel. Ranger Rob, and they can't get close. Ranger Rob, 129 and 3. He just tossed a 29 flat. Third quarter at them. His lead is still 4 open lengths. Champagne Bettina holding down second, making a big move off the back end, though rolling off stride was man from Uncle. 1/8 of a mile left to go. Another breaker here. The one Hallway Babe jumped it off into the stretch. Ranger Rob still leading. Ranger Rob coming quickly, though. Kilmartin Dreamer. Oh, it's awfully close. Ranger Rob was trying to hold against a fast-closing Kilmartin Dreamer on the line. Finishing third, Hamilton DeVee, and up for fourth was Champagne Bettina. 2:01 and 1. May want to see a photo there in race 3. So we had the 5, Ranger Rob, on top all the way, and here he is, the stride shortening up with Kilmartin Dreamer right up there with him in a win photo. They're going to parade back 5, Ranger Rob, number 3. Kilmartin Dreamer was second, then 4, Hamilton DeVille, and 2, Champagne Bettina. 5, 3, 4, and 2. That's your top 4 unofficial. Ranger Rob, just enough. Here's Ranger Rob returning for his winner's circle photo. 5-year-old son of Angus Hall from the JR's Crownmere Cat's Crown for Lou Sorella, Stu McQueen, Don McClellan, James Grant. Stu does the training. Jay Harris on for the victory in 2:01.1. It's the 8th career win. 5 in the season. Ranger Rob, congratulations. And a judge's inquiry here. They do want to review the break by 6. The man from Uncle going around the far turn. Again, a judge's inquiry here. They will be reviewing the break by 6. The man from Uncle on that final turn. Hold all tickets. So again, final turn is still under review here. Judges are going to review the break by 6. You can see making a big move here on the far turn and rolls off stride right there. Judges are having a look. Hold all tickets. Ladies and gentlemen, as a result of the judge's inquiry, no change, no violations. 5, 3, 4, and 2 will look to stand. Going official here in the third, Ranger Rob, 540, Exactor 2120, Dollar Try 48.85. The Super for a buck, 182.35. Your 20-cent Super worth 36.47. Third race rundown, Hallway Babe finished 5th, Champagne Bettina 4th, Kilmartin Dreamer 2nd, Hamilton DeVee finished 3rd, Ranger Rob was your race winner. The Man from Uncle finished 6th. Top of the mile was 2-1-1. Ranger Rob, as good as advertised there in the third. Top down at 5, 4, 2, 3, 1, and 6. Fourth up and coming, back on the pace for it. Ownership line on 3, Premier Surefire. Premier Surefire, the 3, is now owned by John and Cam McQueen. Scratch the 8 Crazily. It's going to be 7 Pacers all on gate for the fourth race. Exacta Try, Super, a daily double starting up.
Red Association is working with you to ensure a vibrant horse racing community. Shared stories call for a united voice. That's COSA, representing the interests of horse people racing at Ontario racetracks. So whether you're first, last, or somewhere in between, we've got your back. With insurance, benefits, free lifetime memberships, and more. COSA. Follow our stories on social and check out the process at cosaonline.com.
Fourth race up and coming. It's 3-5 on number 1 Chief Editor. This one you can see the one throughout the selections there. I got it pegged for second. Robert Reed Jr. for third. Lucerella's got him for second. Nathan Baines just led Piquet selecting 1 Chief Editor in the top spot. Myself, Robert, and Lou all going to the 5 Airline Pilot for trainer Craig Bars. Nick Boyd with us tonight, driving that 3-year-old colt son of He's Watching. That's where the action is, with 1 Chief Editor and the 5 Airline Pilot. About 4 minutes wagering time in the fourth race. Exacta, Try, Super, and a daily double. Pacers now on parade here for race number 4 of 10, led by the one Chief Editor, going back on the Lasix program here for ECS Racing LLC, along with Kevin St. Charles, now trained by Steve Bosson's Tyler Borth. Number 2, Mohammed Ali. This one owned, trained, and bred by William Ham. Dan Clements in the sulky. Post 3, Premier Surefire. It's now owned by John and Cameron McQueen. Cam does the training. Garrett Rooney up. All bets on Fritz, the 4. Terry Fritz, the owner, trainer, driver. Five is Airline Pilot. Airline Pilot, Nick Boyd. Pilots for Niko Sogolovic along with Craig Bars. Craig does the training. Then the 6 is Sandwalker. Dwayne Spitzig trains and drives for William Walker. 7 outside, Undercover Hill. This one trained and driven by Don Rankin Jr. for owner Joan Rankin. The 8 was a scratch. 8 was scratched in here. Got an exactor try, super, and a daily double. And top selection for Robert Reed Jr. Joining us for the broadcast is the 5 Airline Pilot. But I'm going to pass along something right now before we get to talking about the 5 here, Robert. I caught the score down of 1 Chief Editor just now. Looked spectacular. So keep that in mind when wagering or firing in on this 4th race. The 1 Chief Editor scored down like he's going to have a big early say in this one. But just wanted to fill you in there, Robert. Fill in our horse players because this is the time when they're firing away, right?
Yeah, no doubt. You know me. I love hearing about the score downs, right? That's the one thing about not being on track, Sugar. And I mean, any horse player can relate to that.
Yeah.
Is that, you're at the mercy of what we're seeing.
Yeah.
And we try to show you as much as we can
for sure
at the raceway, but you miss those score downs sometimes, and you're got the best view, right, for those, and you're always letting us know. And obviously, Rail Control, first start Steve Bosson's, Tyler Borth back on the Lasix program. If this horse can blast out of there, he can be tough to catch, no doubt about it. So it's a good catch there. And the 5 Airline Pilot, my top choice in here, off that vet scratch stick. Just thought that he kind of had a class edge over many of the horses in this race. This is just non-winners of $15,000 claim for non-winners of 10,000 life.
Sure.
So I thought that he fits in pretty nicely against this group. He's one that's blessed with a lot of speed off the gate, but when you look at this race, there's quite a bit of early foot from the inside 5. And if Chief Editor's showing it out there, he's probably going to try to line them all up, off the switch. So might be tough for Airline Pilot. He might have to look for a trip maybe off the helmet tonight. But I think the price is right on one that I looked at and said, if he was racing on a regular rotation, not off a vet scratch stick, I think he'd likely be pretty tough to beat in here. 9-2 is not a bad number.
Right on. For second, you've got a 3, Premier Surefire selected. This one was racing over Flamborough through the month of September, shoved a qualifier in there, and now going out for the barn of Cam McQueen.
Yeah, you got to kind of like that, right? I mean, Cam McQueen has all kinds of success, here, and it's all across Ontario, really. I mean, they'll race at any venue. High percentage trainer, first start now for that one. I mean, the qualifier, it's over Leamington, right? And it looks like it was a second off that day, which is already a surface that's not as fast as here at the raceway. So, I don't think we want to read too much into that qualifying time there. And those 2 wins back at George in August were real good ones. So I thought that he got a big chance in here. And surprised you're seeing 5-1. I thought we'd see a fraction of what that morning line was.
Okay. Interesting discussion there with 3, Premier Surefire. Now we're going to switch to the 1, Chief Editor. Again, this one's going back in a Lasix program. I did catch the score down, and I know I've got the 5 airline pilot selected on top. I did include this one chief editor in my multi-legs, and right now I'd be pointing any win money towards this fella. Chief editor, the score down was brilliant. Nice and relaxed now. He's settled down real nice following the big score down. The son of sports writer for his London debut, switching to the barn of Steve Bossens. Leading driver Tyler Borth, 6-5 right now. You know what? If folks could have caught that score down on the monitors, I'd be guessing he'd be like 2-5 right now. It looked that good, Robert. Yeah.
Wow, that's a big score down then.
Yeah.
I mean, it really is, right? And
Yeah.
I mean, look, he's getting to, price tag for the first time. I just didn't know what to make, right?
Yeah.
You've got
Yeah.
a non-betting maiden race at Centerville
Right.
in Michigan,
Yeah.
right? And before that, obviously some lines at Northville Downs, but you got to respect the connections, and the score down is even more so, right? If you get a look at a horse on the track,
Right.
and there's the click down to 3-5.
Right, exactly. Tell you what, I got my laptop open here. I've got the monitor in the infield I'm looking at, and I'm watching this horse blaze by as horses are coming out of the post break, and it's the one, Chief Editor, who definitely caught my eye. And I watched him corner around the bottom turn. He cornered fine. So here we go. We'll see what he can do in his London debut. Odds on right now at 4-5. I see him sitting on a big one here. Gates moving for the 4th. There's still time. You would have to hurry. Here we go. Chief Editor on the rail. Muhammad Ali, then Premier Surefire. All bets on Fritz. Airline Pilot. Sandwalker. Undercover Hill. Ken is tuned in from North Carolina. Ken, glad you're with us tonight. Enjoy the races here and London. A16th out, here they come. They're off. Chief Editor on the inside, leaving sharply. Next door, all bets on Fritz. Up on the wide side, traveled Airline Pilot through the opening turn, and here is Chief Editor. Switching Barnes tonight, going out for Steve Bossens off the big score down, and Tyler Borth has got a ton, it appears, on this front end mission. The Chief Editor, the son of sports writer, in complete control here in the early going. He's out there by 2 full lengths. A second best is all bets on Fritz, pylon position 3rd for Airline Pilot, a real handful there in 4th. Muhammad Ali, though he's keeping it together. Outside, traveling 5th, the Sand Walker. Then 6th and in, Premier Surefire, and off the back end will be Undercover Hill. So just coasting along here. Chief Editor for Tyler Borth. The lead is 2 full lengths, looking very good here in his first go around London. This is Chief Editor on by the half-mile marker. Just a minute 2/5. Nice breather for this leader. 31-1 through that second frame for Chief Editor. Trying to come to him now. It's Airline Pilot. Airline Pilot out there in the second. Inside, traveling 3rd, all bets on Fritz. And all alone in 4th went Muhammad Ali. Down the backside, second and final time. Chief Editor. Chief Editor still there. The lead is still a full length. Up and after this one is Airline Pilot. Tripping out in 3rd has been all bets on Fritz. And traveling 4th, Muhammad Ali, 5th and in. Undercover Hill will look to try to pick up a position here after 3/4. 129-4, 29-2 through the 3rd. Chief Editor trying to put away a stubborn Airline Pilot. Airline Pilot is going a big one here against Chief Editor. Chief Editor all in. Airline Pilot on the outside. Chief Editor in his London debut gets it done. Airline Pilot was 2nd, holding 3rd. All bets on Fritz. Closing in, trying to be 4th, was Undercover Hill against Muhammad Ali. So there it is. 2 minutes flat, new bark. Chief Editor, never better. Unofficial winner number 1, Chief Editor, all the way for Tyler Borth. Tyler and his second driving win on the night, winning over 5. Airline Pilot, the 4 all bets on the Fritz, and 7 Undercover Hill. 1, 5, 4, and 7. It's unofficial. And returning to victory lane, there's Bree meeting up with Chief Editor, 3-year-old son of sports writer from the He's All That mare, Kayla Grace. ACS Racing LLC and Kevin St. Charles, the owners and breeders. Steve Boston's now training. Tyler Borth driving to a new race win record. Chief Editor winning his Raceway debut. Congratulations. There he is, pretty as a picture tonight. Chief Editor on the big score down, and he made it look kind of easy there, though the 5 Airline Pilot gave him all he could handle. Airline Pilot, circle up for next time. Chief Editor victorious here at 4-5. Going official here in race number 4. 4th race now official. 380 to win for Chief Editor. And that's all right. The exactor came back at $13.10, and that's a pretty nice price for those two. The dollar try, $24.05. Dollar super, $117.90. The 20 center worth, $23.58. Race 5 up and coming. We're 9 minutes away from the exactor, try, and super high five. The high five opportunity next in the 5th with 9 minutes to post time. Garrett Rooney will be driving number 2, EL Wild Sport. Put the blinkers on number 5, Woodmere Denver. Here's that rundown from race number 4. So Chief Editor, very sharp in his London debut, winning. Mohammed Ali finished 5th. Premier Surefire 7th. All Bets on Fritz was 3rd. Airline Pilot was a gutsy 2nd. Circle him up for next time. Sant Walker 6th. Undercover Hill finished 4th. The 8 was a scratch. So mile, I believe, 2 minutes flat. The new mark, of course, for Chief Editor in his first go around London. Race 5 up and coming. It's the early super high five opportunity, race 5, where the multi-leg wagers of the pick 5 and the pick 4 will complete. Garrett Rudy driving 2, EL Wild Sport now. Put the blinkers on 5, Woodmere Denver. Race 5, Exactor, try, super high five play in about 3 minutes. Race 5, super high five play. Could it be this easy? Could it be 1, 2, 3, 5, and 8 boxed up maybe? You can box 5 of them up on the high five play. A 20 center would cost you $24 even. Every one of us, myself, Sugar, Robert Reed Jr., Lou Sorella, Nathan Bain, Ghislaine Paquette, we've all got 1, 2, 3, 5, and 8 factoring in our super high five selections for this upcoming 5th. We do feature the non-jackpot high five. That pool does pay out every time someone picks the top 5 finishers. It pays out to any and all selecting the top 5 finishers minus a low take. Last night's final race, super high five, just a killer price, $2,600 plus returning on a 20-cent wager, and for what came in was a heck of a payout. So it's another one of those go-to wagers. I mentioned last night, I'll mention it again tonight. Our go-to wagers here in London, the pick 5s, the pick 4s, and the super high five plays. Those are the wagers that have been hot to play over the last few racing seasons here in London. We are the number 2 harness track in Canada for wagering, have been for a number of years now, second only to Woodbine Mohawk Park. Post parading here shortly, the upcoming 5th super high five play. It's next. Here we go. On Post Parade, led by the 1, Music to My Gears. Music to My Gears. The 11-year-old stallion son of Rock and Roll Hanover goes out for owner, trainer, co-breeder Gary Kingshot, Pat Hudon. With us tonight, driving 1, Music to My Gears, looking to make it 3 in a row in Ontario. Number 2, EL Wild Sport. Garrett Rooney now catch driving for Dave and Nathan Bain. Dave trains. Number 3, ABC for owner-trainer Courtney Robson. Austin Sorey on the lines. Andy Moore, Pottit's number 4, Sir Luck Now for Paul Roberts, Shirley Mills. Paul trains. And then the 5, Woodmere Denver. Woodmere Denver goes to the Blankers tonight. Randy Henry owning and training Colin Kelly on board. Natasha Day is up on 6. Lux Sealster for Lance Wells. Nathan Harding. Nathan trains. Outside post 7. Dock of the Bay. Brett McDonald driving for Imagine Stable. As trainers Doug Walters. And the trailing spot for number 8, Olchek. For owner Rick Ryer. Trainers Daryl Laver. Driving is Tyler Borth. Tyler Borth trying to triple here in the 5th. Exactor, try the super high-fi play. So, race number 5. It's the high 5, and you know what, Robert, yourself, Lou, Nathan, Ghislaine, myself, and we're all thinking 1, 2, 3, 5, and 8. It might be the high 5 box number here.
Yeah, I mean, I think so. Those are the horses that, you know, I kind of couldn't get off of, I'll say, in this race overall. And it's, for me, though, I'm just going to put Music to My Gears on top.
Sure.
I'm sure you feel the same way, right?
Yeah.
Your play pushes that way as well, because we both like this one in the pick 4 and the pick 5. And Rail Control. And, you know, last time out, he got away 4th off the switch. He was first over a long way. And really, there was never any doubt that he was going by for the victory. I thought it was a real nice win. Before that, obviously went all the way on the engine at Hanover. Those are an open $7,000 claimers, and I'll typically value that a little more than a condition $15,000 claimer. So price tag goes up. I don't think this competition does, though, and I think that if he just maintains his form, he should get the better of this group, and really he should be brimming with confidence, right?
Yeah.
3 of his last 4, 2 in a row. And, you know, a horse that, you know, at age 11 now has really started to come into his own.
Yeah, he certainly turned it around versus last season. I mean, he finished in the top 3 times from 10 outings, but 7 for 9 this season with 3 wins. As you mentioned, just the form is really good on this stallion right now. Music to My Gears. Pat Hudon with us tonight. A rail advantage. How do you like the rail horse in the 4th, Robert?
Oh, wow, you called it dead on, Sugar. You really did, right? I mean, that's so important, that information, because that's the thing, right? You've got an unknown quantity, really, right, coming in. Yes, there's things to like about him. First time Steve Boston's Rail Control has some decent lines, but when they show it on the track, even more so, right?
Yeah.
You give that information out to the people. Now, it gets bet down to odds on,
right?
But there was never really a doubt. I mean, Airline Pilot was kind of, you know, battling away there, but I didn't think that Tyler Borth ever looked too concerned.
I thought the new horse there, Chief Editor, a little bit green. You know, he let the other horse come to him, but you know what? Tyler Borth, the colt there, Chief Editor, far from done. You know, he actually had a whole lot more finishing out his mile. You know, I watched him score out following the win, and yeah, he's going to go forward in a big way, I'm thinking.
Yeah, I think so. No doubt about it. Like, you know, strong connections too, right?
Yeah.
So off that win now, little, you know, now 2 in a row, but you know, first win, you know, up here.
Yeah,
so
nice.
I think he'll build off that.
Yeah,
one.
nice confidence builder. How about the 3 ABC then? You've got this one pegged for second, 7-2 right now. That is the second choice in wagering. Coming in from the Kawartha Downs, 5/8.
Yeah, I saw a lot of this horse at Grand River as well before, you know, the lines you see in the program, and he's a speedster, right? I mean, his best game is to blast off the wings of the gate, you know, get forwardly placed, even to the lead, and just try to stick around to see what he can get. And sometimes he goes all the way for the victory. So I think that's got to be the game plan tonight. I'd be surprised to see him grab leather off the switch,
Yeah.
and if he can get to the front, which he should be able to do from post three. I think he's a threat in here, but he kind of gets a little bit weak late in his miles. You can see it's why he finishes second and third more than he gets to the wire first. And that's why I think, one like Music to My Gears, with his versatility, he should be able to emerge victorious in here. But I think ABC is one you have to use underneath.
Right on. Shout out to our friend of the show, guest handicapper Lou Sorella. Now, he's not in Ontario. He's actually in Vegas, but he's a co-owner on Ranger Rob, who got the job done in the third. Lou is down around Las Vegas celebrating a birthday with his wife Maria, and Lou is sporting the Camelot Classic shirt. Camelot Classic presented by Sealster Farms. So he is a walking billboard for not only the Raceway, but our Camelot Classic and now Sealster Farms as well. So sporting the Camelot Classic tee down in Vegas, Lou Sorella, it was great to see.
Right?
Oh, yeah, for sure. It looked great. So shout out for Lou, and nice win tonight for him and the connections of Ranger Rob. Gates moving for race number 5. It's the high five play. 6-5 for number 1. Music to My Gears. Can he keep it going? We'll find out shortly. On the inside, Music to My Gears. EL Wildsport, ABC, then Sir Luck Now, Woodmere Denver, Lux, Sealster, Dock of the Bay, trailing out Olczyk. Picking up speed, here they come. Off and pacing, Music to My Gears gets the first call in the center. ABC with some early speed, diving in towards the rail there was EL Wildsport up for the trailing spot. We've got Olczyk, and looking to find a seat there in 5th will be Woodmere Denver. They've all got early pylon position now, single file up and towards the quarter mile, and they will be following the even money choice here in the early going. Music to My Gears, 11-year-old stallion son of rock and roll Hanover. Front ending and freewheeling through that quarter mile, 28-1. Music to My Gears on top by a length and a half. ABC is traveling second. Extreme long shot, EL Wildsport at 45-1 is sitting third. Fourth and in for Olczyk. Olczyk, though, he's thinking about it. Traveling in 5th, the Woodmere Denver. Then third to last came Sir Luck Now. The back markers are Luck, Sealster, and Dock of the Bay. Halftime leader, an unchallenged Music to My Gears. Music to My Gears for Hudon will bend them on towards the 5/8. ABC continues to track in second with EL Wildsport is a third, a 4th and wide. Olczyk begins to gain, and live on that to cover. That appears to be Woodmere Denver. Woodmere Denver appears to have plenty as they race on down the backstretch. Second and final time, Music to My Gears, bringing them on by 3/4 in 1:29-1. Right on the wheel now is Olczyk at 15-1. Third and in. ABC, 4th and wide for Woodmere Denver, trying to stick around for the high five. EL Wildsport, 6th and wide. We got Dock of the Bay. Then came Sir Luck Now. Luck Sealster into the stretch. And this is still Music to My Gears. Up on the wide side, it's Woodmere Denver. Music to My Gears, as good as advertised. He'll win it. Over Woodmere Denver, it appeared to be ABC holding third against Olczyk. EL Wildsport for a piece of the high five at 45-1. 158-2. Music to My Gears makes it 3 in a row. Hudon for King Shot. For the high five unofficial, 1, 5, 3, 8, and 2. 1, 5, 3, 8, and 2. Having a wonderful 2023 season. Number one, Music to My Gears, the 11-year-old stallion son of rock and roll Hanover from the Grin from Ear to Ear mare, Changing Gears, owned, trained, and co-bred by Gary Kingshot of Durham, Ontario. Pat Hudon on board for this victory in 1:58 and 2. Music to My Gears goes all the way. Congratulations. Race number 5 going official here, and price is now posted. Music to My Gears returning 410. Exactor is worth 970. The pick 3 on the race 5, 924. The dollar pick 4 for 8105, and the pick 5, 20 center, well, it's worth 3794. The high five in the fifth race came back at 45.78. That's all right for what came in. The double was a pair of ones on to race 5, worth $13 even. Music to My Gears. Getting the job done, as mentioned, as good as advertised in the fifth. Race 5, the rundown. Music to my gears. A race winner, EL Wild Sport 5th. ABC finished 3rd. Sir Lucknow 6th. Woodmere Denver 2nd. Luck Sealster 8th. Dock of the Bay 7th. Olchik finished 4th. Music to my gears. Good to go again. Top down 153-62874. Back half of this Tuesday night program set to begin. A group of trotters in race 6. There are no changes. Race 6, Exactor Tri Superfecta. Opening leg of tonight's late pick 5. Here's a $5,000 guaranteed pool to chase after. 4 minutes to think about it. Alrighty, so we've got a late pick 5, as mentioned, starting up here in race 6, and myself, Robert Reed Jr., together again on the Tuesday nights here. We're at the race meet, and this pick 5 play. I'm going to start up with a key. Now, Marvin Hagler is just one of my favorite trotters. We have racing here in London over the past year or so. He's a 4-year-old son of Craze, and he can get around London just fine. He's opening up at 9 to 5, but I've gone deeper in other legs, so trying to keep the price down. I'm singling up number 2, Marvin Hagler, to start things up here in race number 6. I've gone deepest of all in race number 7. We're trying just call me Pete. King Jules, Brian Seals to in high net. 8th race then, 1, 2, and 4. Mo Power Baby telling the story, Massive Profit. Another group of trotters there in race 8. 9th race, number 1, Shaka. And 5, Steady As We Go. Love that little filly. Just going to have to do a little more than last time. Made a move, looked to be first up for a long ways and faded in the late going. But she's a really nice daughter of All Bets Off. I'll look forward to seeing in the night. Talking about 5, Steady As We Go. On the end, we're using 5, 6, and 8 to complete our late pick 5. Now we're going to bring in Robert Reed Jr. And Robert, still a slight glitch here with the graphics. There was the early pick 4, and they know to hit it again. And we're going to get your late pick 5 in play here, Robert. So let's talk about it.
Oh, there it is there. So, yeah, I got your single Marvin Hagler, the ticket. Also using the 5 Texaco Man.
Okay, yeah.
Scott Young gets along splendidly well with this horse. He's won over this surface with him before, so he's on the ticket as well. And working it on Broadway, one that I've got to see at Sarnia and Leamington. So 3 deep to start it off for me. Going deepest of all in race number 7. With the 1, 2, 6, and 8, thinking that one kind of looks like a wide open event. If High Net doesn't negotiate that second tier, I think he's the best horse in there.
Sure.
Second tier might not be so good for one like him, who's kind of a speedster himself. 1, 2, and 4 in race number 8. My single is going to be in the 9th race, the 1 Chaka. Love this one at Flamborough, 2 back. Last time out, kind of a decent enough trip. Just couldn't punch home to get the victory. Queen of Soul won it on that occasion. Chaka disappointed as the favorite on that time out. But Jason Libby had a big win last night. I'm expecting a rebound effort from Chaka here tonight in race number 9. And then just the 5 and 8 in the finale, the 5 Gucci Girl. And, of course, horse, I'm fond of the 8 Eyes of Justice,
yes.
The One-Eyed Wonder.
That's right.
From the second tier, but, he's really had an incredible season. And I think this looks like a spot he can win in. again, how are we going to negotiate that second tier? It's interesting, right? We noticed that last meet here, the second tier wasn't having as much success at Grand River. Sugar,
Right?
it was almost impossible to win from back there. It really was.
Is that right, eh?
It's one of those things where on the B tracks, the half-mile surface, it used to be a real playable spot.
Yeah.
It's become tougher and tougher to kind of get those ones down. So
Horses like their noses on gate, it appears, right? There's so much speed now in today's breed that horses want to be on gate. They want to be in play. And you know what? If they got to follow out a horse, maybe it's just taking it right out of them, a lot of them, right off the get-go.
Yeah, it might be. And I think it might be harder to follow along, too, right? Like I remember, in the old days, you'd see nose to helmet all the time,
Sure.
right? Giving up no spots. And now it's a lot more rare, and maybe that's because horses don't like to get nose to helmet, right? Or
Sure.
if you're following one that might be a bad actor, you don't want to be too close to that
True.
one. I don't know
Yeah.
what it is exactly, but it's interesting because you can still use it for a piece, I find, but tough to get a winner down from there. It
Yeah.
really is.
I agree. So I did single Marvin Hagler, but when you mention Scott Young being on Texaco Man, I immediately go to the front of the program and I look and see what we got listed for drivers, and I look and I see what Scott Young's got listed for drives. This is his one and only tonight, Robert. Scott Young is with us in London to drive 5 Texaco Man only.
Yeah, and you know what's happened before with this horse in particular? He's won. I haven't picked him when Scott's been here to drive one horse, and I get a message. Scott's on the way home. Really, Robbie? Really?
Well, it's
And,
something to
I wasn't
consider
gonna have
big
that
time,
happen
right?
tonight. Yeah, I wasn't gonna
Something.
have that happen tonight.
Okay, something to consider big time. Scott Young, there he is, on board the 5 Texaco Man for his one and only drive. He's driven up the highway and going to see what he can do aboard the 5 Texaco Man here in London. Right now, he's a decent price at 2-1, but, the more I look at my single Marvin Hagler, I would love to pair him up now with the Texaco Man to get this pick 5 started up in race number 6. The post parade is next. Stand by. Here we go. The Trotters on parade, race 6, led by the 1, built to last. It's Paul McKenzie owning, training, driving at 20-1. Number 2, it's going to be Marvin Hagler, liking the chances here, owned by Mary Pettit and Mark McCory. Mark Trains, Brett McDonald. Angie and Mary Carroll share the ownership on 3. Hot Fudge Sunday with Angie Training. Alfie Carroll is in the sulky. Austin Sorey driving for Rap Banahui for owners Greg Price and Dominic DeSantis. Greg Trains. Tom Jacobs also in the ownership line there for 4. Number 5, Texaco Man, owned and trained by Francis Guillemet. Sharing ownership with Eric Vosejor. Scott Young, the answer, with us in London tonight, driving 5, Texaco Man. Number 6, Cloud9 Hanover. It's Travis Henry on board for Jeff Mayhew. Trainer is Lindsay Kerr. 7 outside, spun from Magic. Colonel Schneider Jr. owning. Cassidy Schneider trains. Garrett Rooney on 7. And again, the trailing spot for 8, Working It on Broadway. Working It on Broadway, Don Rankin Jr. and Chris Hadrian share the ownership with Don Rankin Jr. training and driving. 8 trotters for race 6, Exactor Tri Super. It's the opening leg of a $5,000 guaranteed pool. Pick 5. Good luck. All righty. Here we are with Texaco Man, and it's looking all right here with the answer on board. His one and only drive on this evening's race card. Robert, the price is right.
Price is definitely right. 5-2. Second choice right now. It looks really good on the track, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Kind of looks lively out there.
Yeah.
And Sugar, I looked at it again. Last 2 starts here in London. Both times Scott Young was aboard. Both times was a winner and a handy winner at that. So mid-pack in each of them.
Wonderful.
And got them late.
Well,
yeah. So
I go to the front of the program, and you're going to track it, right, to see what this horse is doing. So, I mean, we're researching here. We're digging stuff up for our players.
Absolutely. Yeah, you've got to do it right. I mean, we both put a lot of work in, when we're working on the card, so you do it days out, but then things kind of jump out at you and you want to know a little bit more, right? And I remember the reason why I put him on top is that I could just kind of remember in my head, Scott Young rolling out wide and getting up. I think Jules Sand actually called that race when he was kind of coming past him late.
That would have been around this time last year. It was Ghislain was in town for the yearling sale. It's all coming back to me now too. Texaco Man. Yeah.
Exactly. That was the one.
That's right.
It was a real impressive victory. And I just think that, this looks like a good spot for Texaco Man. Marvin Hagler is a great horse in his own right. And I mean, I don't fault you for keying him at all.
Right.
I just, you said it too now, right?
Yeah.
That's even more convincing for me is that Scott Young's here for one steer.
Yeah, I totally agree. Now, you know what? I'd be adding the 5 in this opening leg of the pick 5. Indeed, I'd actually be considering a serious exactor box 2-5-5-2. I love the 2 Marvin Hagler, but with Young in town as one only drive, the 5 Texaco Man, gotta like him. Here is Marvin Hagler, fine-looking horse, Marvin Hagler, son of Crazed, and one to consider here as we get a bit of bugle action going here in London.
Yeah, he's a horse trigger that kind of he wins right now anyways. He kind of wins when he gets to a soft spot. Then he has to step up, take on tougher horses.
On the racetrack for race number 3, number 1 is Dancing Beach Girl.
When he gets back to more palatable company,
our trainer and drivers.
He's a big-time player again. Now, last time out, I kind of liked what he did. Kind of one of those bravening trips, right? Get away 8th off the gate. Just kind of let him trot in the late stages in a race won by Radiolab. And again, I think he fits in well with this group.
Yeah.
No doubt about it. I'm just not so sure, he's got that that pop that we've seen from him in the past. You know what I mean? And if he doesn't have it tonight, then I think he's susceptible to one like Texaco Man, who's now the favorite at 8-5. So the more we talk about that one, the more action he takes on the board.
I could see Texaco Man going away here at about even money, if not odds on. Marvin Hagler, his move is sort of to stay close in the early going, make an early move around the quarter or before the half. If he happens to clear, he could be tough to track down, but be watching for Texaco Man late. Indeed. How about the 8, working it on Broadway? Don Rankin Jr. with this one. Great check getter throughout the program lines.
Yeah, he has been, and you know what? I've been really impressed with this horse since he's shipped up here, and he's kind of been one that you said he's picked up a lot of checks. He's hit the board with frequency, and when he gets the right kind of trip, he gets the job done, and he's beat some decent horses too along the way. So it's not like he's going up against easy types. He's been racing in the preferred 3. At Hiawatha Horse Park, and he's put some time in at Dresden and Leamington as well. Smart looking horse too on the track right now. He's pretty proud of himself. Big chest on him, and one that the second tier might not be too bad for him because it might just let him float off the gate, get into his spot, and race off a helmet. I mean, tough for me to kind of say, listen, I love this horse for a win ticket, but 14-1, you can't go wrong using him in the exotics.
Price is really good on the 8 for a piece of the try and superfecta in this one. Opening leg of a late pick 5. Well supported tonight, well up and over the $5,000 guaranteed pool. Scott Young, one and only drive, and you know what? He's going to put him first on the wings in this one. Texaco Man. Scott Young has him right on the wings of the starting gate. I don't think there's a whole lot of early gate speed for him, but that just tells me that Scott is really looking forward to getting things underway here in race number 6. Still time to fire in late on this pick 5 play. We've got Built to Last, Marvin Hagler, Hot Fudge Sunday, Rapanahui, Texaco Man, Cloud 9 Hanover, Spun from Magic, and the back tier spot, working it on Broadway. They're at the top of the stretch. Here they come. They're off. Rapanahui Out first, a rare break by Hot Fudge Sunday. Hot Fudge Sunday jumped it up. Marvin Hagler is going to get away in second. And up for the trailing spot to be third. Working it on Broadway. Texaco Man had some early foot this evening. He's racing from fourth and now on the pot-ons. Fifth best away for Built to Last. To the opening quarter mile they go. Rapanahui is leading, though here is that move from Marvin Hagler in the early going. And he thought better of it. He had to duck and tuck again. 29-1 was the opening quarter mile for pace setter Rapanahui. Going forward for Austin Sorey, it's a Marvin Hagler back down to the pylons in second. Working it on Broadway is racing third. Texaco Man, he's thinking about it fourth, trying to flush that one out as they come down. In front of us was Built to Last. He's done so. Texaco Man is out and rolling uncovered. Setting it up third over, we've got Spun from Magic in play. Next to last was Cloud9 Hanover, the early breaker. Hot Fudge Sunday back with them, though trailing 58-4. Halftime speed, Rapanahui to get them on by the 5/8. Marvin Hagler bravening up here in second. Now he's trapped, though, because alongside, there goes Texaco Man. Texaco Man down the backside, up and after Rapanahui. Inside traveling third, Marvin Hagler out there in fourth. Working it on Broadway, way up on the outside. There goes Spun from Magic at 25-1, circling up for the upset specialist Garrett Rooney. 128 3 for 3/4, and they're in a bunch as they get ready to swing for home. Rapanahui still there. Texaco Man is not going away. It's opening up for Marvin Hagler along the inside. 4-wide pass, Spun from Magic. Marvin Hagler going to trip out for the victory here. Marvin Hagler to win it. Tight for second. Working it on Broadway, and a place photo was Spun from Magic. Built to Last might have been fourth in there. 2 minutes, 1/5. Marvin Hagler. Unofficial winner here, number 2, Marvin Hagler. Marvin Hagler, the 1-2 favorite, winning over 8, working it on Broadway. Then the 7, Spun from Magic, and 1, Built to Last. You've got the heavy favorite winning over big double-digit players for second, third, and fourth. 2, 8, 7, 1. It's unofficial. Here's Marvin Hagler returning, 4-year-old son of Crazed, from the Muscles Yankee mare. Show Me Your Muscles for the owners, Mary Pett and Mark McCory. Mark does the training. Brett McDonald's on for this victory. Marvin Hagler victorious here off the trip in 2 minutes. 1/5, his 11th career victory at 6 on the season. Congratulations. Going official here in race number 6, 2, 8, 7, and 1. The top four are now official. Marvin Hagler, 310. Exactor, 2670. A dollar try, 93.85. The dollar super, 600. 55.60. The 20 center, it's worth 131.12. Race number 6, the official order of finish, Built to Last finished 4th. Marvin Hagler won it. Hot Fudge Sunday 8, Rapanahui 6, Texico Man 5th, Cloud9 Hanover 7th, Spun from Magic 3rd. Working It on Broadway was second best. Top down, a 4-1-8, a 6-5, 7-3-2. Race 7 up and coming begins the late pick 4, a late pick 4 starting up here in the 7th. No changes. No changes here in the 7th race. Exactor Try Super. Pick 4 with a $5,000 guaranteed pool. I've just been informed in race 10, number 4, Polar Hall will be needing a driver. Driver TBA for the 4, Polar Hall in race number 10.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep. Yep. No worries. Marvin Hagler getting home in race number 6 to kick off that late pick 5 wager as the favorite. Things opened up along the inside. Got the job done. A single for Sugar. I'm still kicking, but he's got a nice ticket now, singling Marvin Hagler in race number 6. Let's move on now to the late pick 4. Getting started right here in race number 7. The guarantee is $5,000. Low takeout 15%. There's Sugar's ticket coming up in just a moment. We'll see Sugar's ticket starting right here in race number 7. And there it is, 1, 2, 3, and 8. So he's spreading out here. I agree. I think this is a race that you might want to spread out and use quite a few horses. Looks like a wide open event. 6-5 favorite, the 2 Kings Jewels, a horse that does typically need a favorable journey. He might get it, though, from post 2 tonight. Race 8, he's got the 1, 2, and 4. We're in agreement in that one. He's got the 1-5 in race 9. He's got Chaka, the horse that I'm very fond of, as well as Steady As We Go, who's a nice 8-1 in the morning line. Money like 5, 6, and 8 for Sugar's ticket. Now we'll see what I've got cooking in this late pick 4. And for yours truly, yep, I'm going to be looking at the 1, 2, 6, and 8 here in the opening leg. A couple of price players on there, a couple of logical ones as well. Spreading out in this one using half the field, 1, 2, and 4 in race 8. So Sugar and I are in pure agreement in race number 8, inside 2 plus the 4 massive profit. I'm just going to single the 9 Chaka in race 9. She'll likely be the chalk. She was a strong winner 2 back, first start for Jason Libby. Last time, thought she just raced just okay. I think she rebounds with a much better effort tonight here at the Raceway with Rail Control. I'm going alone with Chaka in race number 9. Race 10, well, just too deep for me. I like the 5 Gucci Girl, but I couldn't go against the 8 Eyes of Justice, second tier and all, back on the Lasix program after not being able to use it at Hanover last time, and the One-Eyed Wonder, disappointed that time out as a hefty favorite. I think has a good chance at redemption, even from that trailing post. Tricky trailing post, but I do like the 8 Eyes of Justice in the finale, and that ticket is well, just what is that? 4 times 3 is 12 times 24. Some quick math: $4.80. $4.80 for a 20-cent ticket is the way I see the late pick 4 starting right here. Sugar, guaranteed pool. 5,000,
yep.
Low takeout 15%.
Looks all right. Looks all right. And you know, I mentioned last night and into tonight. You know, new graphics, new look, new gear in play. We've got a new timing system. Well, with all that, you know, folks are asking about the live money updates for the pick 4s and pick 5s. Well, we'll get there. We'll get there. Know that we're on that, folks. I know. I'm pretty keen on knowing what kind of live money is left in play, especially when you see some prices show up in the multi-leg wagers. So just putting it out there to our players that we are getting things in order as we get well, we're kind of off on the right feet. You know, there's still some glitches here and there with the graphics and getting things in place like last season. But you know what? We're working on it. We're going to have those live money updates coming back here ASAP. As soon as we can manage to get that info and out there to our players, we will be putting that out there. So anyway, Pacers getting set to post parade for race number 7 of 10. This is an opening leg of a late pick 4, and stand by. Here we go then. The Pacers on parade. Horses and geldings, $15,000 claiming tags for the non-winners, $30,000 life. The one is Just Call Me P. Colin Kelly on board for Colonel Schneider Jr. The trainer is Cassidy Schneider. Number 2, it'll be King Jewels. This one for the Wellwoods, Jeff and James. James trains. Brett McDonald on the 2. Bryant Sealster 3, Travis Henry for the owner-trainer John Kennedy. And then the 4, it's Speak of War, Tyler Borth, and the sulky for Ellie Mayhew, Derek Romano, Sergio Vespa, Lindsey Kerr Conditions. Fiscal Policy, the 5, Mike Horner, owning, training, and driving. Then the 6, Let's Go Jude, it's Terry Fritz, owning, training, driving, sharing ownership with Rick Ryer. 7 outside for Sumax Angel, it's Paul McKenzie, training and driving for Kathy McKenzie. And a trailing spot for 8, High Net. High Net for owner-trainer Courtney Robson. Austin Sori will be driving the 8. 8 Pacers then for an exactor try superfecta opening leg of our late pick 4. Alrighty, so race number 7, it's the opening leg of the late pick 4, the one Just Call Me Pete, 7-1 value player. Nice price here in the early going, Robert.
A lot here at that price, especially Sugar. And you know what? One that, last time out, I did go with him, so I might just kind of have rose-colored glasses for Just Call Me Pete right now. But I took him last time out at Grand River Raceway, got away 3rd off the gate. Not his preferred trip, first over, a long way at 18-1, faded out of it. He's a speedster. We've seen him do good things here in the past, and he does it in one spot, and that spot is on the engine. And I'm thinking that we're going to see that tonight. Now, I think he can also probably fare pretty well off a 2-hole trip. He's just not a horse that really can take a lot of air, and you don't want him kind of doing a lot of heavy lifting. I think when that happens, he typically will probably fade in the stretch and probably have to settle for a smaller piece of it. But I just thought he'd be a value player in here, and he's that right now at 5-1. And the thing is that King Jewels, who's 7-5 right now, is a horse that typically needs a real favorable journey, but he's been getting it every single week.
Yeah.
And it's proven positive for him at Grand River. Like if you look at those last 2 at Grand River, and even the ones if you go further down the page, he's been doing great things there. But it's come when he gets that 2-hole trip or 3-hole trip.
Sure. You mentioned Just Call Me Pete. Now I know I was up in Clinton for one of those wins when he was on the lead, and I know from the spring here in London, he's hit at a nice price, but I've never seen him pass, really. You know, he doesn't go by one. But when he does make front, he's very tough to take down, and that's what you see in the program lines. And now he's got a rail advantage to work with. So I see where you're going with this one. Just call me Pete. The price is right, 5-1. As we go inside of 2 minutes, less than 2 minutes wagering time, it's a late pick 4, $5,000, a guaranteed pool. So Brett McDonald trying to come right back in here with number 2, King Jules, for the Wellwoods. And you mentioned this one's been kind of knocking on the door in recent starts.
Yeah, he has been, and he got to the winner's circle at Grand River quite a few times, and it comes, like I said, usually with that good trip, but he creates his good trips with that tactical speed, right? That's the one thing I'll always say is that can't begrudge a horse for getting a favorable journey all the time when they have that early fit off the gate that lends itself to that. And that's why, I think John Campbell said it, good things happen when you leave.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I love betting speed no matter what track it is. You know what I mean? Because at least then you're making your own luck out there. And King Jules is one that with the right journey, he probably ends up in the winner's circle here. And that's why he's 9-5. He's been a consistent type this season. But again, I don't know how much adversity he can take, and that's why I wanted to go for a better value play with Just Call Me Pete, who just got hammered down to 3-1 though, so that value is shriveling up.
Is too. One that's kind of catching my eye out there. I'm not saying this horse can win, but looks alone, coming out of the post braid for a try and superfecta play. You might want to include the 7 Sumax Angel. This son of Better Than Cheddar. Tough outside post to overcome, but I'm really liking the look of this one at a big price. Longest shot on the board, in fact. I'm just putting it out there. Not for win material, but for third, maybe fourth in the superfecta. Think about the 7 Sumax Angel as an upset possibility here in race number 7. We're getting set to go postward. Final thoughts on this opening leg of the late pick 4, Robert?
I don't know. I mean, Sumax Angel at a price I don't mind. I mean, falling on hard times, but a horse that has definitely showed ability throughout his career. So 35-1, you can go worse than him at that kind of price. High net getting bet right now. Trailing post scared me away. That's it. I mean, he's probably the best horse in the race if his nose is on the gate.
Right on. Robert Reed Jr. joining us each and every Tuesday, this race meet, the Tuesday Night's Best Show. In behind, we've got Just Call Me Pete, King Jules, then Brian Seelster, Speak of War, Fiscal Policy, Let's Go Jude, Sumax Angel. Back tearing it tonight is High Net at 9-5. 8th of a mile out. Race 7, Pacers, pick up speed. Opening leg of a late pick 4 begins now. They're off, and King Jules to take them on out of there. Next door, Speak of War for Borth. Traveling inside to be third was Just Call Me Pete, fourth best away. Brian Seelster up on the outside in fifth. Fiscal Policy looking for a room at the inn. He's found it. High Net one under very tight lines to race from 6th. 7th is Let's Go Jude, the earliest trailer at 8. Sumax Angel, single file up and towards the quarter-mile marker. In command of this one is King Jules. King Jules on top, 28-3. Quarter-mile speed for King Jules. King of the Castle thus far. Speak of War at 22-1 for the trip for Borth in second. Just Call Me Pete now. Asked to go first up from third. That'll be live cover for Brian Seelster. And setting it up third over into the flow is High Net. Shuffled back along the inside. Fiscal Policy, then next to last, Let's Go Jude. Sumax Angel continues trailing 59-1. Was the halftime. They begin to pair up as they roll to the 5/8. King Jules still leading. Up and after this one, trying to reach up on the wheel is Just Call Me Pete. And snug lines, very snug lines for Borth there with Speak of War. Speak of War appears to have all kinds of pace, just no space. Just yet up to 3/4. Brian Seelster took the high road. 3 wide on the outside. He's going to be challenging after 3/4. Reached in 1:28-2. King Jules, though. Brian Seelster digs in on the outside. He's going to grit grind his way into it, and he's going to grit grind his way into the lead now. Brian Seelster at 9-2 went right on by King Jules. Racing from third. Speak of War. Fourth and in for Fiscal Policy. High Net not tonight to the finish. finish. Brian Sealster trying to come back. King Jules. King Jules did come back. King Jules and Brian Sealster in a win photo. Very close for third as well. Fiscal Policy up against Speak of War. 158 flat. The picture decides race 7. Number 2, King Jules in a win photo. The unofficial winner over 3, Brian Sealster, then 5, Fiscal Policy, and 4, Speak of War. So winning driver Brett McDonald coming right back here for the driving double. King Jules, 3-year-old colt son of Better Than Cheddar for the Sports Rider Mare. Princess Jules for the Wellwoods. Jeff and James. James does the training. Brett McDonald on for that victory tonight. 158 flat. King Jules going all the way to start up a late pick 4 in London. Congratulations. Race 7 is now official. King Jules finished first, paying a $4.80. Exactor $19.10. $1 try at $45.90. The Super for $1. $325.15. A 20 center worth $65.03. Updating the driver change, race 10. Race 10, the 4 Polar Hall, listing Austin Sorey now. Austin Sorey to drive 4 Polar Hall in race 10. Race 7 rundown here in London. Just Call Me Pete finished 8. King Jules, the race winner. Brian Sealster, 2nd. Speak of War was 4th. Fiscal Policy, 3rd. Let's Go Jude, 7th. Sumax Angel, 6th. Highnet finished 5th. Top down, 8, 1, 2, 4, 3, 7, 6, 5. 8th race up and coming, back on the trot. Trotters for the 8th race, Exactor Try, Super. Final pick 3, Opportunity coming up next. Opening up at 6 to 5. And number 4, Massive Profit. 2 to 1 action in the early going for the 1, Mo Power Baby. 5 minutes to post time, race 8. Trotters on Post Parade. It's the 8th race of 10 this Tuesday evening at the Raceway. Number 1, Mo Power Baby. Natasha Day driving for Kerry Howard. The trainer's Jeff Graham. Patricia Gibb owning. Joe Shaw trains the 2, Telling the Story. Preston Shaw in the sulky. Jack Ray owns and trains the 3, Gloire Dream. Scott Ray in the sulky. Tyler Borth up on 4, Massive Profit, owned and trained by William Ham. Then the 5, Mr. Fritter for Dienmeyer's Son Stable, Peter, Miss Goldsky, and John Frieda. Gary MacDonald trains Paul McKenzie on the 5. Number 6, Pray and Hustle. Garrett Rudy's on for Stu McQueen. Megan Riley. Steve Boston's training. Her Grace Gay, the 7. This one for Lori Keeling. The trainer's Jason Libby. Dan Clements. Trailing out, number 8 is Royal Leaf. George Gatros. Owning, training, and driving. 8 trotters then for the 8th Exactor. Try, Super, and a pick 3. All right, 8th race, pick 3 opportunity starting up here. Robert, we've got a look at number 2, Telling the Story here. Preston Shaw on board. 5-2 morning line favorite right now, though, a 9-2 value player.
Yeah, I tried this one last time out at Grand River, and went a long way on the engine, Sugar, before fading back to third. But before we get to that, I got to say this. King Jules, boy, oh boy, did he prove me wrong. He said, listen, you're going to keep saying that I can't overcome adversity? Well,
sure.
I'm going to overcome all kinds of adversity in that race. What an effort by King Jules there to rebuff the challenge. I thought he was going right on by on the outside
right.
In that latest race. Brian Sealster and King Jules would not have none of it. Battled back for a real gutsy victory.
Oh, wow. Yes, indeed. King Jules, I thought he was beat. That was a big push on the far turn by Brian Sealster. When he made that move, I thought, wow, this horse is going to go on, win by 2 or 3. But give it up for King Jules. Fought back every step of the way through the stretch and back on for the victory. So very nice win for the Wellwoods, and kudos to Brett McDonald keeping that one interested through the final strides in that one. Number
Absolutely.
1, Mo Power Baby. This is Natasha Day hopping on board, a rail starter for trainer Jeff Graham. 2-1 action right now as a second choice.
Yeah, taking all kinds of support. And I thought this would be the value player in here, and it's not happening right now for a Sugar.
Right.
Sarnia, August 26th, I was on that one. I think I actually made her my value play of the day and won at even money, right? So that was, I was thinking we get better value on that occasion as well. Didn't happen. Third place finish in each of her last 3, 9-hole last time at Sarnia. That's no joke from out there against a good group too. Winner was spun for Magic Second Downstairs Party. You're getting the pole position today. She looks pretty smart and pretty proud of herself on the track right now. But 8-5 is a tough pill to swallow.
8-5 right now on the 1, Mo Power Baby. We're going to go look at this 4, Massive Profit, 6-5 favorite status. So, I'll tell you what I've seen. Following the post parade, this one went a very quick score down. He looked very, very sharp, but he hit the bottom turn and went to the gallop. He got to the backside. He backed down trotting and still looked very sharp. Right now, he's settling down, a Massive Profit with Tyler Borth on board. If he can mind his manners, if he can get through the opening turn and corner well throughout, I could see him winning it. Just use some caution when playing the 4. Massive Profit in here. He's odds on right now. And the score down, it was looking fine until he made a bobble in the bottom turn. So just something to think about here as we get set to roll towards race 8, Robert.
He's been prone to breaks in the past too, right? So I mean, it's one of those things, Rick. I never like that. Like,
right.
When a horse is scoring down, like you said, no matter how good they look, if they make that miscue,
right,
it's concerning, right? It
well,
really is.
Yeah, because it changes things up. Like, he was scoring down, like he wanted to show some early speed to lead with him and leave with him, and now he makes a bobble in the turn. I just don't see him leaving now in here.
Yeah, no, it'd be tough to do. And the first time Tyler Borth drove this horse, made a miscue. The second time he ended up finishing 4th, and then in May, earlier this season, before we closed down the meet, he actually won 3 in a row, right, with Tyler aboard.
Right.
So I mean, deservingly taking that support.
Yeah.
But again, how they show it out there on the track before the race is such a vital part of all this, and again, tough to take even money on one that might kind of do what he did, scoring down and make a miscue.
I like him. I'd put him on top. I'd use him in the pick 3, the Super, the Try. But the other way I'd look at it, well, I got to play him on top or play him right out of it as well. So maybe half of one and half of the other.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think that's probably what you have to do here, and it's like you said, he probably was looking to go forward off the switch.
Yeah, 100%.
Now he might be looking to race a little more conservatively off the gate.
Right. We are getting set to go postward here. Is there anything else in here? Any final thoughts on this one? Is there some value sticking out anywhere for you?
I mean, the funny thing is that the value to me kind of shifted to Gloire Dream a little bit here, 10-1. I mean, just the horse that I kind of liked underneath, that I was probably putting him further down the rankings only because I thought he'd be a shorter price, but 9-1's not a bad number on him.
Well, I'll tell you, Robert, see that horse right behind the gate? That is Gloire Dream. He's the only one on it and looking very sharp, so you might be onto something. 9-1 right now on 3, Gloire Dream, first one on the wings for Ray. Lining up, Mo Power Baby, then Telling the Story, Gloire Dream, Massive Profit, Mr. Fritter, Pray and Hustle, Her Grace K, Royal Leaf, trails out, 8 trotters, 8th out. It's been even money on 4, Massive Profit, 2-1 for the 1, Mo Power Baby. Off stride, the 3, Gloire Dream. Here they come. And away they go, and off stride the 4, Massive Profit. Massive Profit made the break. That's going to leave 2 of them up front with about 5 or 6 lengths of separation on the rest. Leading is Telling the Story. Telling the Story for Preston Shaw. Traveling in second is Mr. Fritter. Away in third, Mo Power Baby. Then in fourth, we've got Royal Leaf. Fifth best away for Pray and Hustle. Then in sixth, Her Grace K. Well back and out of it are both the 4, Massive Profit, and 3, Gloire Dream. Breaks around the start. 29-2 is the quarter mile. Telling the Story, coasting now for Preston Shaw at 5-1, looking very comfortable. Spoiling a 2-hole ride, Mr. Fritter. Mr. Fritter rolled off stride, went down into the safety lane, and now we're down to 5 of them. So Telling the Story shows the way. Mo Power Baby from the 2-hole. Pocket pools here at the halftime. It's going to be Telling the Story driving on against Mo Power Baby. Trotting from third is Royal Leaf. Trying to be fourth best on the outside, Her Grace K against Pray and Hustle. 1 minute and 4/5 was the half-mile clocking. On top, Telling the Story. Within 3 parts of a length now, Mo Power Baby. It's Royal Leaf trotting from third. Out there in fourth, Her Grace K. Fifth and in for Pray and Hustle. The other 3 are way back after breaks. 129-4, 29 flat through the third. Mo Power Baby won that third quarter tilt and now kicks clear for Natasha Day. This is Mo Power Baby on top by 4, and she'll try for more. On 4 second is Royal Leaf out of the backfield. Her Grace K through the stretch into the mile. Mo Power Baby powered up through the third quarter, went on to win by 6. Royal Leaf second, Her Grace K third, Pray and Hustle fourth, 2 minutes, 3/5. Romping away winner there, number 1, Mo Power Baby. Wins it over the 8, Royal Leaf. 7, Her Grace K, third. And the 6, Pray and Hustle, fourth. 1, 8, 7, and 6. Mo Power Baby at 5-2 over some value players for second, third, and fourth. Here's Natasha Day back to the winner's circle here in London with the filly Mo Power Baby. 3-year-old daughter of Muscle Massive from the Sierra Cosmos mare Malibu Breeze. Owned by Kerry Howard. Trained by Jeff Graham. Natasha Day driving to victory in 2 minutes 3/5. Mo Power Baby. 6th career win. That's number 5 on the season. Eighth race now official. 7-10 on a win ticket for Mo Power Baby. Exactor worth $85.20. A dollar try comes in at $900. $19.20. The Superfecta. This is a 20-cent return. $932.45. Official order of finish for race number 8, the Trotters. Mo Power Baby won it. Telling the Story 5th. Wa Dream 7th. Massive Profit 6th. Mr. Fritter 8th. Pray and Hustle 4th. Her Grace K 3rd. Royal Leaf was 2nd. On to the 9th final pacing event of the night. Features Exactor, Try, Superfecta. It's the late double, race 10. Will be a trotting event, so we go pace, race 9, trot, race 10. Pacers here in the 9th race. Opening up as a heavy favorite, number 1, Shaka. Shaka at 1-5, and number 3, Dragon Terror, takes the early action as well as 5. Steady as we go, but a clear-cut, heavy favorite, number 1, Shaka. They're out and on parade here for race number 9. Pacing fillies and mares for an Exactor Try Super Late Double, number 1, Shaka. Owned by Forest City Racing Club 2, Jason Libby, Tim Flynn, and Rhonda Clement. It's Jason Libby condition. Dan Clement's driving. Credit Kawhi, the 2. Travis Henry for Larry Lane. Trainer Patrick Bissett. Here's 3. Dragon Terror, owned by Doug Millard Farms, trained and driven by Natasha Day. And then the 4, 28 Late, it's owned by Dennis Jewett, trained by Larry Jewett. Daryl Thiessen up. Steady as we go, 5. This one for Britt Kennedy, Money Clip Racing, Sean Buston. Britt does the training, Garrett Rooney. Lola Sunshine, 6. Lauren House for Scott and Brad McNiven, along with Tom Broadhurst and Don Douglas. Scott does the training. Mike Horner, training and driving, number 7, Oguda for RAW Equine Inc. trainer. Actually, also in the ownership line, there's Mark Horner. So Mark Horner, RAW Equine Inc., the owners of 7. And trailing spot 8 was Sega. Austin Sorey driving for owner, trainer, and a breeder, Les Poussin. There you have it, a field of 8 on the pace for the exactor, try, superfected, late double. Taking the majority of the action here, Chaka. Chaka's a 4-time winner this season over Flamborough in 55-3 for the Life Best. This 3-year-old daughter of All Bets Off. Apparently loves the front end. Robert, she gets a rail advantage to work with.
Yeah, rail advantage, and you're right. I mean, I think she does her best work on the engine. You can see right there in the paper. She goes to the front. She's tough to beat. Nice score down here coming.
Yeah.
A little bit stumbly on the top of the turn. I think she's just goofing around though at that point. She looks pretty good right now.
Right.
2 to 5 on the board. That win at Flamborough was pretty dominant, probably even better than it looks on paper. Right, held on by 3/4 of a length over Watch My Honey Drip, but it was easier in that. In reality, at 8 to 5 in her first start for Jason Libby after being acquired by Forest City Racing Club and some partners. And last time out, I thought the effort was okay, but I really liked the way No Partners raced last night, right, out of this barn.
Yes.
And I think that we'll see her rebound with something much better this evening. I've always been a fan of this horse and thought she was a nice acquisition for her new ownership group.
Chaka, rail advantage, speed, threat, and strong combination here in London. Dan Clements and Jason Libby. Here's Natasha Day. Easy winner in the 8th race with the trotting filly Mo Power Baby. She'll try to come right back in this one with Dragon Terror, the 3-year-old daughter of Fear the Dragon.
Yeah, she's been interesting to me, right? She was acquired by Doug Millard, and that day took over the training back in August, later in August, and it was a good second in Sarnia to Land of Paradise on August 26th, and then was a winner last time out there at a nice price of 4 to 1. So I thought that this one's in with a pretty big chance tonight. Post 3 doesn't really appear to have a ton of gate speed, this filly, but I think she'll likely be attacking them at some point in the middle stages, and 9 to 2 is the right price. I mean, it's tough to back any horse at 2 to 5. Sugar, that.
Right.
Maybe in the multi-leg wagers you can single up, or in the exotics, but I think Dragon Terror is in with a chance here, and the much better price right now as a second choice at 9 to 2.
Dragon Terror, one to consider here. It does not appear to be a whole lot of gate speed there, so could be at the mercy of the pace. Here's the 5, Steady As We Go. Now, I've always liked this filly. Began her career here in London, showed lots of talent as a 2-year-old. Here she is in her 3-year-old season, and she's done some pretty good things. A decent record, a 9 for 13. Just a little flat last time out in the Prospect Series over Grand River Raceway. Looked to be a long first up try there, and then fade it in the late going.
Yeah, but the thing that's interesting, right, is she got hammered down to 55 cents the dollar
right.
against that bunch. So I always talk about taking back value, right? If you bet her on that occasion, you almost have to bet her blindly tonight because you're getting 7 to 1. I don't really think it's like she's going up against a group that's like all that much tougher, really, right? At the end of the day,
Yeah.
and was a winner. Numbers a 3-2 back at Flamborough and a good one at that. So, I'm with you. I've always liked this horse.
Yeah.
I guess I was kind of doing a wait and see approach off her latest, but when you see an effort like that home in 33-3, and there's been time between starts, you'd think that whatever it was kind of ailing them in that start probably has been rectified, and you can expect a better effort. And there comes the money on her down to 5-1.
Big price on 7. Oh, good at Mike Horner. Now this horse certainly knows her way to the winner's circle here in London. 8-time winner this season. Final thoughts on that one?
You know what? I've always liked this horse.
Yeah.
I mean, you know that, and the thing is that she does have a ton of tactical speed. She really does. Just going to be, question of what the trip's going to look like tonight. And
right.
My problem lately, Sugar, is when I jump on her bandwagon, I'm wrong. When I jump off, I'm wrong. So I'm off it tonight.
Yeah.
But I do recognize she's a great little filly. We had a lot of fun with her. Before things shut down last May.
For sure. Anytime we see heavy favorites like 2-5, 1-2, you got to start looking around for some value players. So that's what I was thinking. Number 7, Oguda, could be a player in this one as they move in behind. We got Chaka on the rail, then Credit Kawhi, Dragon Terror, 28 late, Steady As We Go, then Lola Sunshine, Oguda trailing out Wasaga. 1/8 of a mile from the start. Still, it's the heavy 1-2 action for the one Chaka. A 16th out. Here they come. There they go. Steady As We Go with early speed. To her left, 28 late. And on the inside, Chaka. Chaka with the rail advantage. Gets out there quickly for Dan Clements. Traveling into second, Credit Kawhi securing that 2-hole ride. Credit Kawhi at 35-1. Second longest shot on the board is going to get a great journey here for Travis Henry. Now settled into third was 28 late. Fourth best away from the trailing spot was Wasaga. Then we got Steady As We Go. Dragon Terror following up a Hutterly pace. Next to last was Lola Sunshine. Oguda would have to do it from last. 27-4 was a quick opening quarter mile for the daughter of all bets off. Chaka. Chaka in command here at 2-5. Traveling in second, a long shot, Credit Kawhi. It's a peek to the outside in third for 28 late. Coming again, Steady As We Go. Steady As We Go for Rooney in play. Is on for fourth. Fifth and in for Wasaga. Trying to track up the cover of Steady As We Go. There is a Dragon Terror underway for day. Next to last came Lola's Sunshine. Oguda is still trailing 58 seconds. Halftime speed for Chaka. Chaka to bring him on to the backstretch. Credit Kawhi right there on the Clements helmet, second, and steady gains on the outside in third for Steady As We Go. It's a toe up in fourth for Dragon Terror, a buried fifth. As they race by 3/4 was 28 late. 127-3 for 3/4, gaining Steady As We Go. She is going a big one. She's always loved it in London. She appears to be loving it tonight. Steady As We Go shoves ahead in front of the heavy Chaka. Chaka, not tonight. Steady As We Go. Here comes Dragon Terror. Grandstand side, Lola Sunshine. Dragon Terror. Day comes right back. Second for Lola Sunshine, and Steady As We Go. Credit Kawhi rounding out the superfecta. 157-3 Dragon Terror. Number 3, Dragon Terror getting up at 7-2. Wins it over 6, Lola Sunshine. Then the 5, Steady As We Go. And 2, Credit Kawhi. 3, 6, 5, 2, your top 4 unofficial. Back-to-back driving wins tonight for Natasha Day. Here she is aboard 3, Dragon Terror, 3-year-old black filly by Fear the Dragon from the Western Terror mare, Terror of the West. Owned and bred by Doug Millard Farms of Woodstock, Ontario. Natasha Day handles the training and driving for number 3, Dragon Terror, who's just picked up her 4th career win. It's number 3 on the season. From off the pace tonight in 157 and 3. Congratulations. Race 9 is official. $9.70 on that win ticket for Dragon Terror. Exactor $99.70. Dollar try $258.20. There's a superfecta for $1 worth $1,858.65. A 20 center worth $371.73. Ninth race rundown. Chaka finished 5th. Credit Kawhi for Dragon Terror, the race winner. 28 late finished 6th. Steady as we go 3rd. Lolo Sunshine 2nd. Oguda 7th. Wasaga finished 8th. That's a driving double back-to-back tonight for Natasha Day. The top down, we've got a 5-4-1, a 6-3, 2-7-8. 10th and final, up and coming. Austin Sorey will be driving for Polar Hall. Austin Sorey for the 4, Polar Hall, here in race number 10. The 1, Luna Sealster, the ownership line should be Janet O'Brien. Exactor try. It's the high five finale next. It's a low take. Go to wager, of course. Non-jackpot super high five play for a group of 8 on the trot, 3 minutes away. Okay, so we've got a Survivor Tuesday update to pass along. Race number 8 came along, and I'm told race 8 knocked out the last 10 people. So there were 5 names drawn from the 10 left alive after race number 7. Those 5 names that were drawn for Survivor Tuesday HBI bet deposits, Richard Rosario, Kevin Williams, Philip Clark, Bob Lino, and William Coughlin. Again, Richard Rosario, Kevin Williams, Philip Clark, Bob Lino, William Coughlin. I believe $20 HBI bet deposits into your account. Winners will be contacted tomorrow, and all these winners now eligible to participate in the big money score on Camelot Classic night. Ending the meet, we'll do a big challenge for a survivor on Camelot Classic night, where the challenge will be worth $500 to the winner. Alrighty, the high five finale. There you see the selections for the cappers. Robert Reed Jr., Nathan Bain, Ghislaine Paquette, all chasing after the 8 Eyes of Justice. As Robert Reed Jr. alluded to earlier, the One-Eyed Wonder Eyes of Justice. He's back on the Lasix here for owner-trainer Jason Sherman. Tyler Borth on for the drive with 8 Eyes of Justice, opens at even money. Myself, I went towards the 5 Gucci Girl. It's Garrett Rooney on board for Angie Carroll. 4-1 currently. Lou Sorella going to the 2. Rose Run, Why Not? It's Scott Ray on board for the co-owner trainer Bryant Lawrence. They'll be post-parading here shortly for the non-jackpot high five finale. Good luck. Trotters on parade. It's our 10th and final. Number 1, Luna Sealster, Sean O'Brien trains and drives for Janet O'Brien. Rose Run, Why Not? The 2, Scott Ray for Brian and Stuart Lawrence. Brian trains. Todd Ratchford to drive number 3, Zip Me Up for Howard Kaufman. Renoir, Josh Kaufman. It's a market hard conditioning. James Wilson owning and training number 4, Polar Hall. Make the driver, Austin Sorey. Garrett Rooney's up on 5, Gucci Girl for Mark Cadman. The trainer's Angie Carroll. And then the 6, Daylon Midnight, Lauren House for Dave Lemon, along with Gordon Yo. Jen Pinkerton trains. Stars Above Alleridge is 7, Travis Henry for Tanya Lawson. Trainers Patrick Bissett. And a back-tier spot for 8, Eyes of Justice, Tyler Borth for owner-trainer Jason Sherman. Those are your starters. Exactor Try, Super High Five next. We're going to stick with the 8, Eyes of Justice on the monitors. Eyes of Justice is faced and beaten, much tougher than what he's going to face here tonight. That was back in the spring. He was on a great run here in London, and maybe the return to London puts him back in the winner's circle tonight, Robert.
Yeah, I think it does. I mean, even though that trailing spot can be tricky,
Yeah.
right? But I think there's enough, speed towards the inside of the gate that he can get away well. We know Tyler's going to try to keep up as close as possible. He's a horse that kind of thrives on getting put into the race, but he doesn't need the front end or need to be overly close, right? He's shown he can be versatile. He can race off cover. He can come from out of it. He looks fantastic on the track right now, Sugar. And you said it, getting back to the raceway might really help him. He seems to love it here, and he's beaten and been competitive against much, much tougher than what he faces tonight. So he's 1-2 right now. I mean, I didn't think he'd go that low from the second tier, but I guess maybe people see him on the screen and say, you know what, looks pretty sharp tonight, and he's supposed to beat this group, but it doesn't always play out the way we think it's going to happen.
He is supposed to beat this group. I mean, non-winners 2000, their last 3 starts. He was racing preferred types and maybe even Bucktober a few times there in the spring. So this is a good spot for him on his return to London, and maybe he can turn things around here for Jason Sherman. Tyler Borth knows this horse well. He stays on for the drive. Eyes of Justice, a heavy hitter here at 1-2. Others to think about in here, I have the 5, Gucci Girl. Now you've got this one pegged for second. Gucci Girl, I thought, might be a bit of an upset possibility. She's right now a 3rd choice. I was kind of expecting maybe 6 or 8 to 1 from this one in here.
Yeah, I would have thought that'd be the case too. I'm surprised Daylan Midnight's not taking a little more support. Actually,
right?
30 to 1, but
yeah.
But Gucci Girl last time out kind of got trapped on the inside, but she got every chance to get to Peter Crown. She really couldn't do it. When she got off the cones to let Katkin Morgan out, that one actually almost beat that long shot winner Peter Crown. But I've been kind of chasing Gucci Girl. I think she's been racing pretty good. And I think with her best today, she can be very competitive against this group. But I agree with you. I think 7-2 might be a shade short right now. You'd want to see like 6 or 7 to 1 if you're betting her flat.
Right, and we can talk about the one we both selected for the show, though, and that is 6, Daylon Midnight. We are both very surprised. This one is holding at a big number, 30 to 1. In fact, Lauren House on board 6, Daylon Midnight. Here's something that I have tracked for a number of years, Robert. I don't think there's a number that has won more finales in a harness race than number 6. I mean, it's a popular winner at this track, at Woodbine Mohawk Park, especially the 6 horse. I mean, if you can never find a number or a horse to play in a finale at a harness track in North America, bet the 6. The 6 horse in the finale for harness. Every time. I've been tracking it for a long time, and that 6 shows up quite a bit.
Yeah, I don't mind that. I mean, at Mohawk Park on the trot especially, it dominates, but it's also the best spot on the pace as well.
Right.
Yeah, and you know what? And you're going to get better numbers on it, right, over half-mile surfaces. And right now, Daylon Midnight, 25 to 1. Like, I mean, I'm going to throw a few bucks to win on him just because that price seems way too high. I mean, we always talk about getting back with friends. I mean, I think these are kind of his friends, right? Last time out, 8-hole in Sarnia. He was coming off a vet scratch lame, hadn't raced in quite some time. You're going to give him a free pass on that one.
Yep.
And now today, he looks pretty good on the track, in my opinion. 18 to 1, we're talking about if he drops, but I would say anything above like 8 to 1's value on him. I thought he might be second choice in here. I honestly thought he'd take support. He's getting none of it right now, and I think he's in with a big chance.
Well, I agree with you, especially with the nose on gate. You got a 3 to 5 shot leaving from the trailing spot. We've seen one winner from that spot tonight, and that winner was back in race number 2. The Big Better's Delight filly, who made the winning move at the quarter mile, cleared to the lead. And you know what? If you're going to leave from the trailing spot, you got to do something special. You got to be something special. Eyes of Justice. Will he be the one tonight at 3 to 5? We'll see here shortly. Rob, always a pleasure. Do it again next Tuesday.
Absolutely. Wouldn't miss for the world, Sugar.
Right on. Here we go. Robert Reed Jr. with us again for the season Tuesday evenings. During this race meet, the High Five finale, group of trotters, Luna Sealster, Rose Run Why Not, Zip Me Up, then Polar Hall, Gucci Girl, Daylon Midnight, Stars Above Alleridge, trailing out Eyes of Justice, top of the stretch. Picking up speed, here they come. They're rough. Daylon Midnight with early speed. Off stride. Eyes of Justice. Eyes of Justice makes a break at the beginning. Also off stride in the backfield. The 4 got bumpy gated. Polar Hall in an opening turn. So at 4 to 5, Eyes of Justice well back in distance here. Front ending. Rose Run, Why Not at 7 to 2. Inside to be second was Luna Sealster. It's a parking ticket in the early going for the 99 to 1. Longest shot on the board. Stars Above Alleridge getting the cold horse shoulder here by the quarter mile. It was just 30 seconds flat. And Scott Ray is on the lead with Rose Run, Why Not? The mare is tugging hard on Ray here at 3/8 completion. Stars Above Alleridge grinding away here in second. Luna Sealster at a big number. Trotting from third. Here's Daylon Midnight in play at 12 to 1 for House. It's a second over toe up in fourth here with a lap to go. Zip Me Up in play, fifth best on the outside. A Gucci Girl is his shuffled back sixth. Catching up to the field there in seventh, Polar Hall. And way back to Eyes of Justice, a minute and 4/5, the halftime. Rose Run, Why Not will lead them onto the backstretch. Sticking around there in second, Stars Above Alleridge. Gapping in the pocket, Luna Sealster, 3 wide on the outside for Daylon Midnight. Trying to make something happen here. And by 3/4, they get over there in 131 flat. Rose Run, Why Not, still selling it. Trying to buy it was Stars Above Alleridge. That one begins to backpedal slightly. Out there 3 deep, Daylon Midnight. Luna Sealster fights on. 3 across, battling for second, but in full flight here, turning for home. Rose Run, Why Not, and Ray, they turn it on. Rose Run, Why Not. 4 left turns, home and cool, posing for a picture very soon here in London. Rose Run, Why Not. Daylon Midnight on for the deuce, and Luna Sealster finishes third in 2:01 and 1. So number 2, Rose Run, Why Not here. It's a 2-6-1-7-3 winning combination for the High Five. Again, 2-6-1-7-3. The 99 to 1 shot stayed on for fourth in the High Five. One for the home team here. Scott Ray returns to Victory Lane. Rose Run Why Not, the 5-year-old daughter of Uncle Peter from the crazed mare Loconotion, bred by Rose Run Farm of Ohio. It's owned by Brian and Stuart Lawrence. Brian does the training. Scott Ray on board for this victory. Gate to wire tonight in 2:01:1. It's her 9th career win. That's 2 on the season. Rose Run Why Not wires up the 10th and final. Going official here in race 10, $9.20 on a win ticket for Rose Run Why Not. Exactor $65.80. Dollar try $329.55. The double $50.30. Pick 3, 20 center, $21.14. Dollar pick 4, $400.60. The pick 5, this is a 20 center, $232.93. Another big high five in the finale. The non-jackpot high five coming back at $3,201.52 on a 20-cent ticket. The rundown for race 10, we'll provide it for you now. Luna Sealster was 3rd. Rose Run Why Not the winner. Zip Me Up was 5th. Polar Hall 7th. Gucci Girl 6th. Daylon Midnight 2nd. Stars Above Ullerage 4th. Eyes of Justice finished 8th. The fractions of 30. A minute 4/5, 1:31, a mile of 2:01:1. Excellent rating there. Scott Ray on board. Rose Run Why Not. Top down, a 3:15, 7:6, 2, 4, and 8. And that will do it for the live racing this evening in London. We are coming back on Friday evening, another 10-dash program getting underway at 5:50 Eastern. Hope you can join us for that. Well, thanking you for joining us for the start of a brand new race meet here in London. Day 2 in and done. Again, thanks so much for joining us tonight for the Eye on London. Scott Sugar Doyle. Have yourself a great night. We'll catch you on Friday.